Nisha, thank you for liking. I am getting a no. I have the Three of Swords. Please make sure you guys are liking the stream. Thank you, Naisha. Naisha, I have the Page of Swords, which indicates that this could be valuable to you to do or to go through. They recommend doing your research. The Page of Swords is a student, so learning more information on this, but proving to be fruitful. The Page of Swords is a yes for me. But of course, this is just an answer on a spiritual level because I typically don't give out medical, health, professional related answers to things like that. Right, Gina. Gina, I'm getting a yes. Three of Pentacles. Amy, which question do you want me to answer of yours? Do you want to know about the gift or if he wants to get you a gift? Amy, thank you for the donation. M25, I have Three of Swords, which is a no. Anna, I have a yes. Three of Cups. Oh, it's cosmetic. Got you, Naisha. So it's like elective, essentially. It's like optional. I understand. You're welcome, Naisha. All right, let's see. Amy, I have a yes. Six of Cups. And actually in this picture, it's representing a masculine energy handing a feminine energy a gift or a present or an object. You're welcome, everyone. Precious, I have a yes. You also have the Six of Cups. Lisa, it looks like a yes. Page of Pentacles. You're welcome, precious. You're welcome, Lisa.
I don't know the whole drug thing, but yeah, she's always like super extra.
Haley, I have a yes, the sun. Sienna, I believe is how you pronounce your name. I have that it's a maybe, possible, most likely yes. Three of Pentacles, but Three of Pentacles talks about friendship, so maybe starting off as friends and then developing into something more. Rupali, I have a yes. Knight of Wands, King of Pentacles. You're welcome, Haley. You're welcome, Sienna. So we have about 5 minutes left of the free list. Then we will be moving on to donations, starting with Nyasia, and then after that we have Amy. Donations are open. Megan, I feel like this is a yes, but I almost am wondering, you're wanting a verbal expression, but I'm getting more of a physical expression. So I don't know if he's speaking the words out loud, but he might be showing you in other ways. Nyasia, how's it going? Girl, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. We've been working like crazy. I took off, what's today? Friday. I took off Wednesday after working 10 days in a row. And then we worked all day yesterday. and obviously working today, and we're working through the weekend. We're working today, tomorrow, Sunday, and probably a half day on Monday, but I have to get up early on Monday to go with my mom to one of her doctor's appointments. It's just like every day is filled with something, and it's just, it's just a lot, but I'm just tired. Thank you. I mean, I am getting a good night's rest. Like last night we went to bed kind of early. I went to bed at like 11. And I got to sleep in this morning, and I am making sure I'm getting plenty of rest, but I think it's just I'm in my luteal phase of the month where I'm just naturally more tired. And also I usually have caffeine. Like when you guys hear me on lives normally, I've had a chai latte just before I get started, so I have a lot more like energetic, but I'm out of it. I don't have any today. I usually make them at home, and so I'm just kind of running off of the reserve, which is already pretty low to start with. I'm just really, really tired. But thank you for asking. I'm good. Megan, you're welcome. I am. We're eating well. Lots of whole foods. Hi, baby girl. Yeah, it's a free yes no. If you have a yes no question that you'd like to ask, you can just post that in the chat. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I've been getting a good amount of sleep. Like I would say 10 hours a night. I mean, it's a long sleep. It's not always the most restful, deep sleep, but it's still enough. It should be more than enough. But some days it doesn't feel like it. Amy, that sounds rewarding, but also that can sound like really tiring too. Oh, you had a chai latte. I love chai lattes. Oh, they're my favorite. I drink them iced though. How about you? Nisha, you're welcome. Amy, that's good. Staying ahead of the thing so that way things don't get worse before they get better. Wait, how old are the kids? Yeah, my meals are pretty balanced. We've been doing, or I've been doing lots of whole foods, lots of water, taking my vitamins every day. For breakfast, I'll have like protein, some type of like meat, protein with eggs, and then I'll do like a slice of avocado toast, yogurt with granola, balanced dinner. Like last night, I did chicken, veggies, and rice, like a teriyaki chicken. Sandwiches that are like loaded, filled with stuff. Like I don't know. I've been overall. I think that's the only thing that's getting me through is eating relatively healthy. Lana. Generally, yes, you will be successful. I think you'll hit some roadblocks here and there. But I have a yes. I have the lovers and the 7 of Wands overcoming any challenges. Eating healthy is critical for a busy life. Yes. Is AG Capricorn giving money to my mom? So, baby girl, really quickly, what is your question? Are you wanting to know if the Capricorn is giving money to your mom, or do you already know that and you want to know if the reason why is so that she can get you gifts? Are you wanting to know, is the mom getting money from the Capricorn and keeping it for herself? Like, that's almost like a 3-point question. Just give me like one very basic, straightforward question that you want answered. because otherwise the reading could get skewed because we're not being specific enough. Hi, Jay. Hey, welcome in. I'm going to add you to the list here in just a second. Is AG Capricorn giving money to my mom so she can buy me gifts? Okay, show me a yes or no for baby girl. Yes or no for baby girl. Okay, I'm getting a yes. I have the 4 of Wands. So, Night Asia. So I love chai lattes too. My boyfriend's rolling his eyes at us because he knows how much I love them. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's hilarious. Naisha, you and I, we're so similar. I feel like I say that every single time. So I get the Tazo organic chai concentrate that's found in the tea aisle. And then I do, if I'm making cold foam, I'll do heavy cream mixed with silk almond milk or almond creamer. But if I'm just being really lazy, then I'll just add almond milk. And it's Silk brand almond creamer. It's called Sweet and Creamy. So it's typically I just add those 3 things and ice. Occasionally I'll make a cold foam and I'll mix the silk creamer and heavy cream together. And usually it tastes pretty close to Starbucks if you ever had theirs. Amy, 54 kids. Elementary school, holy, that's a lot of kids. Oh my god. You're welcome, Naisha. I'm pretty simple with it. Occasionally I'll make the sweet cream cold foam just if I want to make it extra special, but lately I've just been lazy and I just wanting to pour stuff into a glass and call it a day. Okay, Naisha, you said you have an idea you're sending to email. That sounds good. Also, I got your email that you sent, oh geez, a couple days ago maybe. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I did get it. Amy, do you have help or is it just you by yourself? All right, so for those of you who are still hanging out in here, the free list is closed. However, if you're new to me today, you're more than welcome to ask a yes/no question. Just make sure that you tell me you're new. And outside of that, we are moving on to donations. Thanks, Naisha. Amy, I'm glad you have help. Because that sounds like way too much. I had 3 kids at once one time that I was watching. They were all pretty much the same age, and I felt like I was going to lose my mind. So I can't even imagine 50 plus. That still sounds like at least 10 to 15 kids per adult, though. It still sounds like a lot. Yeah, I haven't had a matcha that I really liked. I do, well, okay, I take that back. I do like matcha tea, but I feel like if I try to prepare it myself, or if I get it from somewhere random like Wawa, I'm not crazy about it. I feel like I need to get it properly made. Or maybe I'm doing something wrong. Because it looks easy enough. You typically just blend it in, but I don't know. But yeah, I love chai. We have Wawas all over the place. Yeah, matcha's a little tricky. Yeah, we have so many Wawas. Actually, my brother-in-law worked there. He was a manager there for a long time. And like his whole family worked there at different locations all throughout our state. And yeah, we're just very familiar with Wawa. Wait, Naisha, I thought you were on the East Coast. No? Someone came out from California years back to visit my family, and they thought that Wawa was a clothing brand because they kept seeing people like wearing Wawa shirts and hats and stuff. And they thought that it was a clothing brand because they're from California, so they never heard of Wawa before. And I thought that was really funny. Yeah, Amy, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I feel like I have to get it from like some place that's known to do it well. Oh, they don't have it in your state? Damn, I didn't know that. All right, HR position versus receptionist position. Damn, my brother lived in New York for a couple of years and I never realized that they didn't have them there. Yeah, I thought you were on the East Coast. I mean, I don't know why, I just never realized. I got you. But you probably have a lot of stuff there that we don't have anywhere else as well, do you think? Do you agree with that? Yeah, we actually have plans for a Wawa to be built like 4 minutes from my neighborhood. I don't know when that's gonna start, but I'm sure it'll be sooner than later because it seems like because there's a Sheets that popped up, and we live right off of I-95, and I feel like every time a Sheets opens up, a Wawa is right there behind it. So all right, so it must be nice. Oh, you're in Ohio? We went to Ohio once, and Hun, was it Ohio or Pennsylvania we dealt with that asshole?
I think that was Ohio.
Yeah, I don't know. We were like very close to Pennsylvania. But we went to a Kings of Leon concert in Ohio a couple of years ago, and we dealt with this cop who was a complete asshole, like a complete jerk. We were like, never again. Ohio is pretty, but I don't really have good experiences to say about Ohio. I know that Ohio gets a bad rep though. My a doctor I used to work for lives there, and she's been there for years. She seems to really like it. You love Kings of Leon? I'm very partial to Walls just because I have like memories from seeing that show and going there with Brennan tied to that song. I don't know. What would you say your favorite Kings of Leon song is, hon? What's yours, Naisha? What's your favorite one? Yeah, they did a great show. Like it was honestly like when everything was said and done, once we were settled and we had like had a drink in our hands and we were like finally good, it was worth it. And then on the way back we did oh my god, what was the museum that we went to? Why can't I think of it? In Pennsylvania, babe. On the way. Gettysburg. We went to Gettysburg on the way back. Central Ohio. Good to know. Yeah, we went, damn, 2018, 2019 probably. No, I think it was 2019 that we went. They have so many good songs though. Okay, so Naija, I have all your cards pulled. So I went ahead and divided your reading in half. And I did HR position on the left, receptionist on the right. So for HR, I have Queen of Cups, the Hermit, Nine of Cups, Nine of Wands, and Two of Cups. And then for reception, I have Seven of Pentacles, Ace of Swords, Knight of Cups, the Devil, and Nine of Swords. Overall, looking at these cards, I'm leaning towards HR. I think that for reception, you might be overqualified. HR is like, conflict resolution, hearing people out, things like that. And it seems like that would be like a good thing to have on your resume if you haven't already done that. Or I don't know. I just feel like you, number one, I feel like you'd be really good at it, really good at HR. But we also have the Nine of Cups, which talks about fulfillment. Can't really beat that. Even though the receptionist does have some good cards, I feel like Nine of Cups and Two of Cups, fulfillment and happy partnerships, is just going to kind of override any other decent card. Sorry, I got talked out. Um, so what I was saying was, I feel like Nine of Cups and Two of Cups kind of override like any of the good cards on the receptionist side. Now, again with HR, you do have the Nine of Wands here. So just to keep in mind that your mental health is going to be very important. If you tend to take work home with you, try not to do that if you choose this position, because you could get overwhelmed and it can kind of sneak up on you and you won't realize it until it's too late. So prioritize your own mental health, your own rest, your own nutrition, your own all of that. Make sure that even though you're helping other people and you're doing a job, that you're not like overextending yourself mentally. And that could even be just like making sure you're taking proper breaks when you need to, things like that, because the Nine of Wands can tend to get overwhelmed very quickly. The receptionist position feels like it feels like you would be celebrated. I feel like you would get complimented. People would say you do your job so well. Again, that quote, be careful what you're good at because you'll be doing it for the rest of your life, comes to mind. That just because you're great at something, don't put yourself in that box, because people might not want to see you expand further past that or promote past that. And I can actually like attest to that from just personal experience, that when I was hired as a receptionist, that's all they saw me as. They never saw me as anything higher than that, even though I brought so much more to the table. And even though I did get promoted to an administrative manager, because I was hired as a receptionist, they didn't give me the respect that, because I was really good at my job, but that's just what they saw me as. So I always say, like, be careful what you're hired at and be careful what you're good at, because that's all they're going to see you as, and that's what you're going to be doing forever. Now, again, you do get accolades, you do get compliments. They do feel like you do well at this. And I think that honestly, you hearing these things, hearing that you're really good at your job and hearing that they're happy with hiring you, and that feels good. That's flattering, and I think that will get you by for a little while, maybe not forever. But overall, I would say go with the HR position. I think it proves more beneficial lucratively, and also just to have another notch in your belt, to add this to your repertoire. HR is remote. That's nice. Terry, that sounds good. You can ask a yes/no question if you'd like. Q, thank you for the donation. Hey, Kay, welcome in. Q, give me a second here, and I'm going to update the donation list in just a second. Just need something to keep the license on while I build this business. Something simple. So, I mean, yeah, like reception would be good if you don't have any desire to promote past that. If this is just like a get you by kind of job, I think that honestly, I think both options are good. I really do. Now, if you want to go home and you want to feel fulfilled, you want to feel like you've really made a difference, you want to feel like your unique qualities that you're bringing to the table are being applied, HR is the way to go. If you're okay with doing a job that you feel that anyone can do and you might be overqualified for, but it's simple enough that you can focus on other things, not take your work home with you, get in, get out, then the receptionist is also a good option. I was looking at it like overall as a whole, HR just seemed like the better route for you, but honestly, those cards weren't bad. Neither of those seemed like a bad option. I was just trying to discern because you kind of wanted to know one or the over the other, you know? So that's what I was thinking. Hey, Rising. All right, guys. It looks like a lot of donations just came through, so I'm gonna update the list while Nyasia posts her next question. Hey, SB, thank you for the donation. Nyasia, that makes me really happy to hear. Perfect. All right, girls. So while you post your next question, I'm going to get this updated list going for everyone. All right, guys, I went ahead and updated the donation list so that way everyone knows where they are. I looked at the timestamp and just made sure that everything was in the right order. So the donation list that you see is the order that I received it on the payment apps. Yeah, Naisha, I'm shuffling for you now. All right. Messages from Spirit. Messages from Spirit. Amy, if you'd like to go ahead and get your question prepared, feel free to do that now. Anyone else who's waiting, if they would like to post their question in advance, feel free to do so if you don't think you're going to be hanging out. So Naisha, the first thing that's coming through is kind of like what I was talking about in the other reading, where it's talking about extra self-care and gentleness is needed at this time. You could be, one of those people that might be a little bit hard on yourself. You might have set goals or expectations for yourself, and because you feel you don't have this or that to show for it, you could be very critical of yourself. And this could cause like heightened sensitivity to like any kind of critique or criticism, or if like other people might be saying something or asking about your endeavors or what you're working on, you could be really hard on yourself, even though you've got to think like how far you've come. You've got to think all of the knowledge that you've acquired is only going to help you, all the things you've learned. And even if you feel like there's some things that may not have worked out or not planned out, it's like, even though it seems like you have nothing to show for it, or you don't have this or that to show for it, you still went ahead and tried. And now you know that that doesn't work, and that's only bringing you one step closer to where it is that you want to be. So the overall message is try not to be too hard on yourself. Let's see. This is also kind of like a random message, but hold on, it's not fully coming through. Give me 1 second. So I don't know how much time off you plan on taking, or if you're still planning on taking off now or anything like that, but like a really great thing to do for yourself is to plan for, because you tend to like work, basically set up like a reward system, like every X amount of time, like every 3 months, every 6 months, every year, that you set yourself up for something really fun to do that you can look forward to. That way you're giving yourself like a guaranteed break, a guaranteed mental break. They're like showing going on vacation, specifically to like the Caribbean, or like I don't know, just other places outside of the country to just kind of get away. Spot on as always. This is the damn advice I give to my boyfriend. Look at that. Oh, that's so funny. Do you feel like your boyfriend's working really hard and he needs to give himself a break? Amy, I got you, girl. SB, I've got you as well. Aw, it's a hard place to be in. Our natural default is to be self-critical, but we have to be proud of how far we've come. At the same time, we have to give ourselves credit for that. Like, you tried it, it didn't work out, that's fine, but you're one step closer. Not like if you hadn't gone through that yet, then you'd be farther away from your goal, you know? It's just like something that has to happen. Let's see. Making sure that the people that are in your social group are those that are healthy and supportive, those that are lifting you up. So if you find that there's anyone in your life, in your immediate circle, or in maybe the circle that your boyfriend is in, or like your family is in, keeping your distance from those who are more negative mindset, or who you feel like you would be not embarrassed or ashamed, but like if you feel like you want to tell someone your plans and you think automatically, oh, I'm not going to tell them because they'll just be critical, they'll just be judgmental, maybe distance yourself from those people for a while. Because it's really important right now that you find peace in what it is that you're trying to attain, and you find that you are surrounding yourself with people that are believing in your ability to get these things done. Maybe even continuing to network with like-minded people would be good for you right now. You're more critical of you than he is. SB, I've got your third. Wait, is it your third question? Yeah, I've got your third question. I think you accidentally numbered it 122, but I've got your questions. Hey, SJ, welcome in. If you have a yes no question, if you're a new sub to me today, you have a yes no question you'd like to ask, feel free to post that in the chat. I'll have to get to you in between donations, okay? So you'll have to sit tight and wait for me to call on you. And Aisha, I'm so glad this is resonating for you. Also, Naisha, another message is like, don't be afraid to talk about your fears. Don't be afraid to talk about your worries, your concerns. Sometimes speaking these things out loud, the things that you're worried about, whether you're writing them down in a journal or you're speaking them to your boyfriend or you're going to a therapist and saying things out loud, like, sometimes it helps us realize that it doesn't have as much control over us when it's outside of us, when it's not just sitting in our head anymore. Don't be afraid to say like worst case scenario. The specific messages like the show This Is Us, when they talk about they call it something, but it's basically like what's the worst that could happen, but it's like a specific thing that the two of them do, and they speak their biggest fears out loud. So if you've seen that show, you'll know what I'm talking about. But basically it's like, if you do have worries, if you do have concerns, if you feel like this is never going to happen and you only think these things in your head, say it out loud, speak it out loud to someone else, write it down somewhere, get it out of your head, because if you think it and you don't let it out, you're just going to continue to think these things over and over and over, and it's going to do nothing but cripple you. So that's like another message here. Reach out for support if you need it. And also it's talking about a positive outcome is dependent on keeping a positive mindset. So that kind of piggybacks off of that last piece of advice, because if you're constantly thinking about what could go wrong and you're not expressing it, then that's leaving you in a more negative mindset, which is going to be harder for you to achieve what it is you're looking to achieve. Release those repressed feelings, fears, worries. SJ and God's daughter, stick around and I will try to get to your question as soon as I can. It might be a little bit of a wait, but as long as you're here, I'll get your question answered. And then last but not least, I have a message here that says, it's a time of big and blessed change for you. God is supporting you each step of the way. Thank you so much. Definitely need to hear all the things you said, sending blessings and light. Hope you get some time for yourself this weekend. Thank you, Naisha. I don't know if I will, to be completely honest, but I do hope so too. Thank you. I hope you have a great weekend. Yeah, see you very soon. Bye. Okay, so next up we have Amy. So, Amy, how would you like me to do this? Do you want me to pull channeled message cards for you, or do you want me to pull tarot and interpret them? If I pull channeled message cards, it will be at face value, but it will be first person. But if I do tarot, it'll be a interpreted reading coming from me about what I think he would say.
Okay. The nice thing about your nice fat hand is that gives you a little bit more of an advantage against me. That hand sits up more. Man, I'm ready to give this thing a try. Hey, Stephanie. Oh, God. Stephanie, Daryl, Stephanie. Hi, you come here often? Yeah. All right. We're professional female athletes. She got kill me. We might need to get you a UNL jersey. Maybe that'll help you. All right. Yeah, you're good.
All right, tarot. Got it. God's daughter, thanks for checking in. I'll call on you in a few minutes, okay? Once you see your question on the screen, that's when you'll know that you can check in with me, okay? I feel like he would tell you he likes the way that things are now. He likes how they are now. I think he would tell you that I almost feel like he hopes that you also like how things are, that you're not looking for things to change. Because I feel like he wants to make like micro gestures towards you, like little things to kind of show you that he cares, but not so big as to like you thinking that he's trying to commit to you in a big way right now. Like I think he's like, I want to show her that I care, but I don't want to get her to get the wrong idea. That's kind of what he's saying. So he's saying like, I like how things are. I hope that she does too. Like I don't want to disappoint her. I have the 4 of Cups. Now the 4 of Cups too can sometimes talk about missed opportunities. So like him being very content with how things are, that's to like he doesn't want to, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he just doesn't want to make any kind of big scene or any grand gesture because I think he's afraid that you get the wrong idea. I have the 9 of Pentacles here, which talks about still having quite a bit of independence. So that's like his intention is wanting to stay, you know, still have a big amount of his own independence here in the relationship. So what this is telling me is that he wants you to know that you matter to him. He wants you to know that he cares about you and that he likes spending time with you and he enjoys your company. And honestly, Amy, I think that he would be okay if you guys didn't hook up. I think that, like, I just want to take hooking up out of the equation. I think he thinks he would still have a lot of fun with you regardless. Like, he really likes your personality. He, you know, he's just not rushing into anything. I think that if he initiates it and you say okay and you guys hook up, like he's not going to say no. You know, he's clearly attracted to you. But I think also too, it's more than just that. I think he actually likes spending time with you, hanging out with you, the companionship that you guys have. There is like this flirty chemistry dynamic between you guys, and he enjoys seeing that play out. But I feel like he just is like, I don't want to put pressure on this. I don't want to rush this. I'm totally fine with how things are. And I mean, considering, I think, I'm trying to think, it's February. So I think you guys have only known each other for like a month and a half. So I mean, the timeline seems fairly realistic for him to be okay with how things are, especially because you guys don't see each other that often. I feel like for him, he's just saying like he seems good with how things are, you know? Yeah, no, I don't think that at all. I think that he he likes your personality. He likes hanging out with you. I think that if hooking up was off the table, he would still want to spend time with you. Now, would he be disappointed? Probably. But I think that he understands that he has to earn it, and if he's not giving to you the way that you feel is worthy of receiving that type of relationship with you, then he understands that as well. I think that any guy is going to try and see what happens, but I think that he would respect it if you said, hey, like, this isn't what I want. I think he also wants to make sure that, you know, you are giving your consent and you're doing this because you want to too. That's also important to him. And there's a lot of cards here indicating like friendship. But I do have the Two of Cups, so I think that as long as things were happening organically, I think that he would be opening to developing something more one day. I don't think he's completely opposed to that idea, but again, he's taking things one day at a time right now. So he's saying, like, in 6 months, could I see being in a relationship with her? I definitely think that's a path available to me, especially if things continue the way that they have been. I don't see why not. But I think that he's still trying to maintain a certain level of independence from you right now, which tells me he's not ready to do anything committal anytime in the near future. So it's like, I think he doesn't want to give you the wrong idea. It's hard for me as a reader to interpret this energy because he is open to a committed relationship. So I'm here now giving you hope, but at the same time, I want to be very clear that there's a small percentage of this happening and it's distant from now. It's like months from now at the soonest. And what's realistic is to pay attention to the signs that he's giving you at this time. And at this time, he's saying, I'm okay with how things are. I don't want to change anything right now. So I think that you have to take that information, because right now is all we have, and decide for yourself if that's good enough. Hey, Private, my free list closed about an hour ago. I'm not taking any new free reads. Unless you want to donate, you're more than welcome to. Amy, I think if you're worried at all about like him not knowing where you stand, I want to be clear. I don't think you should worry about that. I think he's very clear about your feelings on this. I think that he knows where he stands in when it comes to you, like what you're thinking. I think he's very clear on that. So, okay, do you want to know? Let's do this, Amy. Basically, since what starting point do you want? Do you want, like, has his feelings grown since last he saw you? Do you want to do like, has his feelings grown since 2 weeks ago, since you first met? Like, what question? Because I can pull one more card for you, so just let me know. Okay, so Amy, they have progressed since you have met. He feels like you guys are really compatible and he feels like he has a good time with you. I asked how much they have progressed and I have the Knight of Pentacles. So if we're talking Page, Knight, Queen, King, progression, Knight, if you imagine like basically a page is like a child or like a baby or a child, and a knight is like a teenager. And a king is like, I'm ready for commitment, I'm marriage material. He's like only progressed minimally. Like he's still very he still has a long way to go to get to a king. I don't know how else to like phrase that. He's not there yet. Now has it grown? Has his romantic feelings grown for you since you met? Yes. He's becoming more attached to you. He's starting to like, you know, really enjoy having you around. And I think that if you're wanting to know, is it like a roller coaster? Does it go like up and down, or is it like steadily increasing? It's steadily increasing. I don't think that he stops having feelings for you and then he starts having feelings for you. I don't think it's like a high and then a low and then a high and then a low. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's steadily increasing, but I don't think it's moving very fast. Yeah. So, Amy, that is what I have for you. You're very welcome. All right, IJ. If you guys are waiting around for a free question as a new sub today, I'm just letting you know I'm trying to catch up with my list. So once I feel like I'm not super behind, then I'll be doing free readings. Just make sure that you're here. Amy, have a good day at work. So IJ, she's pretty guarded right now. The good thing is about the card that I have here, Nine of Wands, is that we're very like close to the end. So the Nine of Wands indicates that you guys have a lot of history together. This person's being cautious or hesitant or guarded when it comes to you, but they're starting to either understand better, gain more clarity, or they might even be the ice might be starting to thaw a little bit. I mean, they're warming up to you, something like that. But like whatever hardships it is that they've been through, it's nearing an end. Things are coming close to being done, and like a fresh start is on its way. I do feel like with the Ace of Cups and the Six of Pentacles is like she wants to give more of herself to you. She knows that a lot of the energy and effort has been coming from your direction, and I feel like she wants to sit here and give back to you. The Ace of Cups indicates that you may have stirred new romantic feelings in her for you, or that she's developing more feelings for you. The Lovers here can indicate that she feels you guys are very compatible, maybe even like soulmates. But with Temperance, I feel like she does want to kind of still brace herself, I guess. Again, that's another card that indicates like caution or hesitancy. I think that she's building trust for you, but with the Seven of Swords here is like still showing that she's not fully ready to be authentic with you yet, to be completely straightforward, but she's close. Death card here, transformation, indicates that some big changes are underway for your connection. It seems like for the better because the rest of these cards here are really good cards to have. Let's see. I think that she is feeling better. So the conversation that you guys had, whether good, bad, or in between, is making her feel like she's in a better place of understanding. And overall, I think she's feeling better about the connection. Three of Cups indicates maybe a desire to spend more time together with you or be more social. I feel like she's asking you to just be patient with her heart. We have the Three of Swords and the Seven of Pentacles, which indicates that she is trying to work on this. Whatever differences you guys are having, or maybe things that you don't understand that she's going through, she is actively trying to progress. She's actively trying to make things better. And I think that she's just asking for just patience for a little while longer, not forever, just for now. Yeah, I think she feels closer to you, and also she's feeling better. While she's still guarded, she feels better. IJ, that's so sweet. IJ, I am getting a yes. I feel like with the Page of Wands and the Hierophant together, it's like she's trying to be subtle with it, but at the same time, she's trying to make the post unique enough or different enough that you know that you're being singled out, or that this is being like directed at you, if that makes sense. The Page of Wands is like someone who marches to the beat of their own drum, does things differently or uniquely. And the Hierophant is like a subtle energy of like kind of taking things slow, but at the same time doing things that makes someone feel like what they're doing is identifying with them in some way. So it's almost like it does feel targeted, but in a subtle way that's still different enough that you feel like you're being singled out. So I have the 10 of Wands, which speaks to a challenge here with the 7 of Wands overcoming it. So I wonder if she's getting personal. It's almost like she's trying to speak through these things that she's posting. And like send messages, if that makes sense. But I wonder if the things that she's posting could be more sad or lyrical or poetic in nature. Like a quote or things that she's writing from the heart, or some type of music or lyrics or poetry. Or she could just be saying something like with her words that's a little catchy, but it almost feels like, yeah, personal, intimate. Exactly. That's what it feels like. Yeah. But yeah, overall, this feels like a yes. Wow. Okay. That's actually kind of crazy because I have the 6 of Pentacles, and I was going to say that if you're doing this for her, she's noticing, or she wants you to do this for her too. And because 6 of Pentacles is like an equal exchange of energy, and it was clarified by the 2 of Cups. So this signifies like wanting a similar dynamic or acknowledging a similar dynamic. So then when I almost said that, and then I saw that you said that you do the same thing for her, that's right here. She's saying she's noticing it. She's acknowledging it. Again, 6 of Pentacles, 2 of Cups. So IJ, to kind of finish out your reading, is it does kind of feel like romantic. It feels kind of like love notes, kind of like postcards to each other, you know.
Your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You could not be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock first. You'll also get a free beneficiary plate. Free, no obligation. For information,
Cute.
read about the 30-day 100%.
Saying the things that you might not be able to say. Yeah. You're welcome, IJ. Thank you so much for stopping in today. Thank you for waiting as well. So next up we have Q. Q, I don't think is in here. So we're going to timestamp. And Q wanted an in-depth reading. Of course, IJ. It was good seeing you. Hey, Q. I'm shuffling for your in-depth reading right now, okay? Q. I would not call this as over. I still feel like there's relationship to be played out here. Some possible unfinished business. I would not call it just yet. I think that there's another option for you guys to explore more of this relationship. I don't think the door is shut. And if it is, a window's still cracked open. There's still hope here for this relationship. Definitely requiring you guys to get on the same page, but I feel like he still has feelings, you still have feelings. And I feel almost like the relationship is stuck at a fork in the road. But you guys are kind of paused there, not knowing which way to go. Dune, if it's a yes or no question without any elaboration, you can donate $3. If you want some elaboration or just have any regular question, you can donate $5 for a mini reading. If you want more information, I have different price point options in the description. Q, you have a lot of good cards here. I have the Magician, the Chariot, the Ten of Cups, the King of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups so far. This makes me feel like it's up to you and Lorenzo whether you resume this relationship. I feel like there's still dedication to one another and love and devotion for one another and a desire to, you know, date again, go on dates, spend time together, be social, hang out together, be in each other's company, whether that's in public or alone. I feel like you both worry that this might be a missed opportunity that may never come around again, but I still feel like there's hope here for you, Q. Does that answer your question?
And a piece of gum comes out to you. I'm going to have to find an arcade expert to tell me what these things are worth. Get that there.
All right, Q. Thank you so much for your donation. So Q, that's a different question. That's a different question that you're asking. I just wanted to make sure that I was able to clarify, like you were able to get your answer, or if you had any questions about what I said, then I can clarify that for you. But if you want to know advice on how you should move forward, that would be another donation requirement. Jennifer, I can answer your question, yes, but it'll have to be in between donations. You'll have to stick around for your turn, okay? All right, Q, thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Let me know if you need anything else. All right, so really quickly, I'm going to answer some free reads. These people have been waiting for a little while, so let's do that really quickly. God's daughter, if you're here, please check in. SJ, if you're here, please check in. Jennifer, go ahead and post your yes/no question. This one is for God's daughter. Is Andre still a player? Let's take a look here. Terry, I see you're posting. I'll get with you in 1 second. Is Andre still a player? Let's take a look. Is Andre still a player? God's daughter, I am getting a yes. I have the 10 of Pentacles. I do believe faithfulness and commitment is in his future at some point. However, as of right now, he's sowing some wild oats, and I don't think he's in a place to settle down. Jennifer, go ahead and post your yes/no question. You're welcome, God's daughter. Thanks for hanging out. SJ, I am getting a no, 9 of Pentacles. This person is staying in this independent energy as of this month. So I think it's unlikely that you will get reconciliation. Jennifer, I think you're close. Yes, I have the World, which indicates that the chapter that you're currently experiencing in your love life is coming to an end this year. So I think it's very possible that you will also find your partner or your person before the end of the year. not going to make any guarantees, but at a minimum, I feel like the chapter of the love life it is that you're experiencing. So, like, if you feel like you've been single for a while or just not having very good luck in your love life, I do think that's coming to an end. The world here indicates the end of a journey and you starting something new this year. So, I would say yes. I'm going to go with, like, I feel good telling you yes, you're going to find your partner. That things are going to start working out in your favor and things are going to start going better for you this year. You're welcome, guys. Okay, let me update the donation list. You're welcome, Jennifer. All right, guys, take a quick look at the screen to know where you're at on the list. Terry, I have your 2 questions. So Terry, just to understand and clarify, I am doing too many readings for you, is that correct? Rosika Ristic, I can answer your question in a little bit. You'll have to wait in between donations for your turn. Make sure that you're present when I call on your name and I will answer your question. Yep, Terry, I got it. Thank you. All right, so let's shuffle for you now. So Terry, I have that he really is trying to have hope for this. I think he's in a more positive mindset mentally. He's saying like, I don't know how this is gonna go. I have my worries and my fears, but at the same time, I'm not gonna let that stand in the way. I am gonna move forward with this. I'm gonna take a stab at it and give it my best shot or try my best. I think that he's feeling towards you that you are like his woman, you know, getting a lot of maternal instinct here. I have the Queen of Cups and the Empress in this deck. They're both with baby. They're both pregnant. And I feel like he's looking at you as like just this ultimate person for him, you know. Let's see. I feel like he has a lot of love for you, and I feel like that the capacity of his love for you does continue to grow. Again, I want to be clear, he's nervous, he's worried. I feel like those fears that he has, though, are surrounding himself, and it doesn't have to do with you per se. I think it more so has to do with himself. I feel like he wants to step up for you. Again, I think he's thinking more positively or trying to think more positively. I think that he knows that there's a bunch of different ways that this can go, but he's choosing to have hope. I think he wants to be excited for the future. So yeah, I mean, I think overall he could potentially be like on the fence about things and about your connection, but I think that he's saying I still want to try. I still want to put effort towards this. I still want to give it a shot. And I feel like he's looking at you just very admirably. I don't know if that's a word. He's just admiring you. Like, I think that he looks at you as someone very special, someone that he cares for. And I think that he might be very taken by you and by your feminine energy. You being in the position that you are right now could potentially also make him more attracted to you from here on out. You're welcome, Razika. Oh, Kira, that's so sweet of you to say. Thank you. So Terry, I am getting a yes that you should allow him to have the kids. Basically, Spirit's advice here is let him be the one that messes up. Let him be the one that makes the mistake that you can hold against him. If you prevent him from, like, basically, so Spirit's kind of saying, like, if it's court mandated or ordered that he has the kids, don't stand in the way, don't interfere with that, because that will make you look bad. And if it's not mandated and it's up to you to decide, you could say no or you could say yes, but I think that if there's a possibility of him interfering with you getting your kids back, that's a mistake that's then on him, and that will make him look bad. So I think that you have to trust that he's going to do the right thing. And if he doesn't, you have to trust that you can then use this as motive for your case. Wait. Okay, that doesn't even make sense. Was it like a restraining? How are you supposed to coordinate co-parenting? I don't know. I'm kind of getting spirits kind of saying like you probably will be betrayed by him. I have the 10 of Swords, but I feel like spirit is saying that you have to let him make the mistake. You have to let him make the mistake here, because this is only going to make him look bad and set you up in a better place. Spirit's kind of saying that if you try to stop him from doing something and you're always like making a choice that stops him from doing something that you fear, then you're never going to have like ammunition to use against him. You know, if you allow for him to have the kids, if it's your choice and you allow this to happen and he refuses to give them back, then you can get the law involved and you can actually have some ground to stand on that will work in your benefit. So you have to decide for yourself, is it worth taking that shot or not? I think that it's a win-win outcome for you. I think that either you get your girls back or you don't, and you can involve the law, and either way you come out on top. But ultimately you have to decide if you're wanting to know if he's going to do something shady, if you're wanting to know if your intuition is correct. I do have the 10 of Swords here, which indicates betrayal. It does indicate that he could do something shady, and he could do something that's going to betray you. But I also have the Judgment, the 6 of Wands, and the Empress, which is basically you getting your justice, this working to your benefit, you getting recognition for what you've been through. Paula, hello and welcome in. Terry, I definitely agree that something shady could happen. But I think that sometimes we have to just let people be who they're going to be and know that this might be a blessing in disguise. If it doesn't work out, if it doesn't go smoothly, then you can report it, and then you can have some tangible like orders set in place that are basically like, hey, I'm not the bad guy, you know, like now I have some leg to stand on. Makes sense, Terry. I definitely get that. Good luck. I'm so sorry that you deal with this. It's very frustrating. Happy early birthday to your son. You're welcome, Terry. Have a good day. All right, this is for Ruzika. All right, Ruzika, I have a no right now. I have the 10 of Wands. Just Mira, are you here, Just Mira? Nyla, thank you for the donation. I'm going to add you to the list in just a second. And Nyla, as usual, thank you for adding a little extra for the fee. The fees are even more now, which is just ridiculous. Just Mira, are you here? Ruzika, I got your question answered. I think it was a no. I just answered it. Yeah, answer is no. All right, I don't think you're welcome, Ruzika. I don't think Just Mira is here. So Just Mira, if you come back, we'll have to put you back in rotation. Terry, I hope you have a great day. Thank you again. All right, so I added the list. Right now I'm gonna take just a quick break. I need to run to the restroom, but then we have Rising Storm up next. Hey, Jasmira, sorry, we're gonna have to put you back in rotation, girl. We called on you a little over 5 minutes ago. Just make sure that you're here when I call on you. If you donate, you don't have to be present for your reading to get done, but if you're getting a free read, you do. It's just part of the rules on this channel. So if you want to be put back into rotation, just let me know and I'll do that for you, but just make sure you're here, okay? All right, rising. Let's pull you up here. What am I doing? Oh yeah. I'm pulling up your question on PayPal now, Rising. No, just Mira, you can get a reading. It will be a free reading and it will be a yes/no question, which I still have. Your question about being good at tarot and successful tarot channel. It's just that you missed your turn when I called on you, so we'll have to put you back into rotation. So what that means is I can still answer your question, but you're going to have to wait again for your turn to come back around, which I get free readings done in between donations. So you'll have to wait till I call on you again to get your question answered. And as long as you're here, I will do it for you, okay? Good. All right.
Competition subwoofer. This thing has that. Nice. That bass. Bluetooth, CD, and it has a USB port. We don't even know if it works. Let's do this song. Okay. Hey. We need to know if this thing's working, man. This is also the system. I'll probably say about 4,000. About 4,000. I would say around that number. Yes, U.S. currency is correct. Yeah. Wow, I told you $4,000. Damn right.
Rising, is this person's ex coming back around? Have you seen this person's ex coming back? Because I have the Queen of Pentacles popping up for the first time in a while. So Rising, he's looking at you as someone who has a lot of power, someone who has a lot of liberties that he perceives himself not having. So like he thinks that you can just go and do and be whatever it is you want. You could stay here where you're at, you could like move, you could do something different with your life, you have flexibility and freedom to date. You can essentially, he's viewing you as someone who's just liberated all around. And he's looking at himself as like being the opposite of that. He's like, she's so free, she can just go do these things that she wants to do, and I don't feel like I have that ability. I'd see here, yeah, the queen is just hanging around. All right, give me 1 second. I feel like there's more on this, and I want to specifically like cater this to like the feelings on you, so I need to separate these things out. Hey Jazz, welcome in. Rising, it looks like he's unhappy with the way things are right now between you. He feels alienated from your life. I almost hear this expression like, I'd rather be fighting with her and in contact than in this weird place than we're at right now, because at least if we were arguing, there would be tension, there would be contact, there would be communication. I would give anything just to have that than to have nothing at all. Now, that does speak a little bit to his inclination towards toxic behavior, for him to have that thought, but that's what he's thinking to himself. He's just like, anything would be better than this. Like, I would rather just like us freaking hate each other. Not like hate each other, but he's like, I'd rather we be arguing and be in contact and communication and at least like be past this place that we're at right now than to. And I'm not saying he wants to argue with you. Please get it straight. Like, I'm not saying he wants to be in a bad place with you, but he thinks that you're in a bad place right now. And he's thinking like anything would be better than this. Hey, Jazz, thank you so much. I'll add you into the rotation here in just a second. So he's just saying, like, I'm not okay with how things are. I would rather have conflict with her and discomfort with her than, like, no communication whatsoever. Let's see. So I have the Two of Swords here, which indicates that he feels torn. He feels divided loyalty between you and someone or something else. And he feels like he's in a stressful situation. He feels like his hands are tied. He's reverting back to like old patterns and behaviors here. I'm just confused that she's still around. How is he feeling towards her, please? How's he feeling towards her? He looks at you as a positive point or a bright spot. I think that what you've been symbolizing for him, Rising, is escape. I think that he's so tormented by the life that he leads that when he thinks about you, it's almost like a fantasy or a dream of like, currently he can escape and fantasize about you. And then you also symbolize that like future option of, well, when I can get out of the situation that I'm in, she represents freedom. She represents the ability to have a different life than the one that I'm leading right now. And maybe one day, like we can escape together. Like you symbolize something greater to him as like a way out, a way to have more fun and happiness. He feels like you guys are or he feels like you're like a destiny for him. Something to achieve. We have reoccurring themes here where he struggles to find the right path and not knowing if he will ever change, being uncertain that he will ever change. Old habits die hard. He's regretting his actions, feeling like he should have acted when he didn't, and he missed an opportunity, and he feels like he's missing out. Like there's a part of him that is unable to, I don't know. He feels like he's just without you, like he's just missing a part of himself, or there's like an aspect to his life that he doesn't get to experience because you guys are not in communication. He is a runner. It is showing me that that habit will die hard for him. Oh my God, I also have the word escape here. Like literally that's the word. That's so interesting. But he's typically a runner. Like in fight or flight, he flights. And I think that's a habit that's gonna die hard for him. He feels that you guys have chemistry and a very intense passion. Longing for one another at the sidelines is something that I'm hearing. He needs more time to think. So, I don't know if I've ever referred you to this song before, Rising. I feel like I have referred someone in my reads to this song, but I don't know if it was you or not. But there is a song called Angels by a band called the XX, and they're not super well known. They're kind of like an underground band, but the lyrics to me is kind of like what I was hearing doing your reading. So I'm gonna just read it to you and you can listen to the song, but it's like he's saying, lights reflect from your shadow. It's more than I thought could exist. You move through the room like breathing was easy. If someone believed me, they would be as in love with you as I am. And every day I'm learning about you, the things that no one else sees, and the end comes too soon like dreaming of angels. And with words unspoken, a silent devotion, I know you know what I mean. And the end is unknown, but I think I'm ready as long as you're with me. So that's the lyrics to the song. You can listen to it, but that's kind of the vibe that I was getting, is that he's saying, and with words unspoken, a silent devotion is like you guys are devoted to each other in silence, Like your feelings for one another have never been expressed to each other. And it's like this watchfulness and this observant energy of the song of like paying very close attention to you, thinking that you're an angel, you're free, you have wings, you can go do what you want to do. And if anyone saw you the way that I see you, they would be as in love with you as I am. So that's basically the song, and that's what I was hearing doing your reading. So I think that that's important. Definitely give it a listen. All right, so let's take a look at the second question that you have here. It's a beautiful song. The XX is probably a band I have been listening to since I was like 21, 22. So like almost 15 years. And they're one of my favorites, but I actually haven't listened to that particular song in a very long time. Rising, you're adding to your reading. Hey, Jazz, I have your question. It'll be a little bit still before I get to you. But if you want, I'll call on you when it's your turn. And if you're not here, I'll just do your reading and you can come back for it. Okay, so Rising, I'm gonna work on part 2 of your 3-question donation. So second question I'm shuffling for right now. Okay, so I have a yes for you, Rising. Every single card that came out, I have a yes. I I feel like he does feel like you're pulling away. The very first card is the Six of Pentacles, which talks about giving and receiving, like some type of form of like energetic reciprocation. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. And that card specifically talks about the effort that you give to someone or the energy that you give to someone and versus what you're getting back. So, and also like the balance that lies there within. So for that to be the very first card is actually interesting, specifically because your question is, have they noticed me pulling back? And I am getting a yes. So the other thing is that they're noticing it, I think, because of maybe like the psychic or telepathic connection that you guys can experience at times. Is feeling like it's less. And I specifically wanted to know, like, why is he noticing this? Like, what does he think specifically is the reason as to why he's not noticing you giving to him as much anymore or pulling your energy back? Why does he think that this is happening? And I got the Three of Cups and the Hanged Man. So he thinks that you're distracting yourself. He thinks that you're doing other things to take away attention from him. You could be like out celebrating with friends, hanging out with friends, socializing, potentially out on dates as well. And he's feeling like because he is trapped and he is not making sacrifices or advances or taking action towards you, that you have withdrawn, you have pulled your energy back. And he thinks in the meantime what you've been doing is distracting yourself and being social and spending time with other people. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's correct information. This could just be his fears playing out, or his worries, so on and so forth. But he's thinking that you have a lot of options. There's a lot of things that you could be doing and better spending your time on than what he feels he deserves, which is you putting your energy on him. Okay, so rising. I have your third question that you donated for. I'm looking at that now. Nyla, I'm not sure if you were waiting for a verbal response or typed, but you can definitely donate extra if you want to. I accept donations up until or during your reading. If you want to add on to your reading, I can do up to 3 questions per turn so that you don't have to wait to go back into rotation. If you donate for more than 3 readings, then I will have to put you back into rotation. But I can answer up to 3 questions, if that makes sense. All right, Rising. So his actions right now are very muted or diluted. I'm getting that he's making a break for it. So this would indicate that he's escaping connection with you. He is probably going to avoid contact at this time. Now, that doesn't mean that the readings that I've done previously, which indicates wanting to communicate with you and things like that, aren't going to play out. It could just indicate that this has been delayed, or that I was tapping into an energy that was occurring after this moment in time. But I do feel like here with the Seven of Swords, this kind of indicates someone like kind of sneaking around, kind of hiding, avoiding contact. And then we also have the Four of Pentacles, which indicates that he is very attached to you and he's not letting you go. However, he is being stubborn, or I guess stingy, in the sense that he's not making advances right now. And the Four of Pentacles is a very reserved energy that indicates that he's keeping to himself. So you have two cards here, which indicates that he's kind of going out of his way to be in avoidance. And then also just like really reserving his energy and not really making any moves at this time. I also have the Four of Cups here, which is, depicts someone sitting there being offered something like an olive branch or some type of contact, and they're sitting there with their arms crossed, not looking at it, not paying attention to it. But this card typically comes with him or with the person like not paying attention to what's in front of them because they're just too worried about what's not working in their life. So he could be going through a period where he's a lot more negative in his mindset and he's thinking. He could be focused on things that don't really matter or that are irrelevant, and instead of paying attention to what's important, maybe because he's scared to put himself out there, he's focused on the things that aren't working in his life, and he'd rather have like a pity party for himself. So this probably isn't the best energy anyways to want him to contact you, because he could be very self-critical, which could be off-putting for you, or it could maybe even make him less attractive to you if he were to approach you in this state. So just let this wave ride out again. And I've been getting like he's contacting you soon, and I don't think that's necessarily not going to happen. This energy is just kind of interfering with that right now. So let me know if you have any questions about this. Okay, you did not miss your turn, girl. We still have our list going. Let me repost our list really quickly here. Okay, that's actually interesting that you lost service. I lost service on Thursday, I think it was. I have AT&T and my service just kept going out for like half an hour to an hour at a time, and it happened like 3 different times within like a 6-hour period. So I'm wondering if that happened to you too, or if it's something unrelated. Shayna J, hi, welcome in. Thank you. Let me update the list here in just a second. All right, so Just Mira, are you here? Please check in. Just Mira. Rising Storm, you're so welcome. Oh, Mira, I see you. I see you. Don't worry about it. I'm about to answer your question. You're welcome, Rising. Thank you so much for your donations today. I hope you enjoyed your readings with me. All right, this is a free read for a new sub. Summit Kumar, I see that you have been here before. I'm only offering free reads to people who have not been here before. We Vibes, I can answer a 1 yes no question for you for free. After that, you'll have to donate. Damn. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't like this. All right, just Mira. Will I be good at tarot and have successful tarot channel? I am getting a yes, just Mira. Definitely do it. It's going to, you'll probably have lulls, just like every channel where like they get this boost and then it slows down and they get a boost and then it slows down. I have the Lovers here, which talks about the choice being in your hands. And this is something that you're meant to do even for a short while. But I generally get that people will be very attracted to you in your channel and want to get readings with you and resonate with you specifically. So I think it's something to definitely go for. The Lovers being the card would indicate to me that if you do a lot of like love and relationship readings, that's where your channel will have the most success. Not just statistically speaking, but because this card is here, indicates like relationships, soulmates, things of that nature, and also is ruled by the heart chakra. It makes me feel like if you deal with matters of the heart, that has to do with like healing the heart chakra, which can talk about like helping someone or guiding them along like maybe a traumatic past or triggering specifically when it comes to interpersonal relationships. I think that would be a really good place for you to thrive. So just Mira, I am getting a yes for you. All right, we vibes, if you're here, please check in with me. Shayna, I have your question. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're doing one more free read and then we're moving back into donations here. We Vibes, thank you for the sub. So we Vibes, this person is going to communicate with you again, and I do believe it's in a romantic way. Knight of Cups, Two of Cups, but I also have the Seven of Pentacles, which indicates that some patience will be needed. I don't think this reconciliation is going to happen as quickly as you want, but as long as you let it play out naturally, organically, you don't force something to happen, I feel like this person is going to reach back out to you. Will it be this month? Probably not. It's possible, but I think that your terminology of saying, will it happen soon? I am getting a no. I think let's check back in with the energies at the end of the month, okay? All right. Let's see here. Let me update my list again because we had quite a few people join in. You're welcome, We Vibes. Have a good day. All right, I went ahead and posted the list. If you donated and you did not see your name, please check with me so we can figure out what happened. Next up, we have SB. SB, if you're here, please check in. Jazz, thank you for checking back in. I still have your question, Jazz, and I have you on the list. There's still a couple people ahead of you, so feel free to keep checking back in or hang with us. It's up to you. We're shuffling for SB now. You're welcome, Jazz. All right, SB says, wondering if Kay and I will reconnect again. I was about to swipe right, but I either accidentally swiped left or he deleted. Okay. Will they reconnect again? Please show me a yes or a no. What's going on with Kay right now? What's their connection looking like? Highest potential. Highest potential. SB, it's looking like you and Kay are probably not going to reconnect. And if you do, it might just be on like a friendship level. I'm not saying that things can't change. As we all know, we have free will and the decisions we make dictate how things are going to go moving forward. But so long as you stay along the same path you're on and he does too, it looks more like highest potential friendship or acquaintance. And I am getting, as far as reconciliation, I'm getting a 10 of Wands and a 7 of Swords. At the highest potential, that's a maybe, but most likely a no. And I do have here the World indicating the end of a journey. So I think it might be a good idea just to kind of like think this was divine intervention and just write this off for now. We could always tap back into this energy later and see if anything has changed. But as of right now, I think this is more something that's just kind of naturally been removed out of your life, maybe through divine intervention. But let's take a look and see why he deleted the app and what's going on there. So why did he delete the app? We have the Empress, which talks about a feminine energy in his life. So he could have potentially found someone who he thinks is what he was looking for, or the Empress also indicates like a feminine energy in his life, like his mom or a really good girlfriend or a sister or something like that, that has taken precedence over him, like continuing his time on the app. So this could indicate, well, it's also indicating possibly like an ex-girlfriend as well. So like this could be like a new potential person. This could be an ex came back around. It could mean like a mom interfered, like maybe there's something going on in his family's life, like a sister or a mother or grandmother that required his attention at this time. But it definitely feels feminine dominated. Now, it is indicating to me more than likely it's an ex that came back around, because I do have the Three of Swords here indicating like pain, or like feelings resurfacing from someone of the past. Let's see. Yeah, so what I think has happened is an ex person has come back around, or even if it's potential for a new person, because I have the Ace of Wands and the Six of Wands, has caught his eye. So what this is telling me is that he's no longer pursuing things on the app because there has been some type of distraction, or some type of person has come into the picture that has like reshifted his focus off of the app. And that is essentially what I'm getting. Let's take a look at your third question, which it does say question 2, but I know this is your third question. Wow, SB, this is all great. I have the Ten of Cups, Nine of Pentacles, Chariot, Ten of Pentacles. We also have the Four of Pentacles here as well. So I feel like they felt you kept your composure. With the Four of Pentacles, it's the energy of like whatever is going on inside my head or whatever I'm feeling inside. I'm staying calm, cool, and collected. I'm not going to show my cards. I'm going to keep my feelings close to my chest. I'm going to be more reserved or conservative, and I'm not going to overreact. So I feel like the center of the reading is the main thing. Your boss felt you kept your composure well. If you were nervous or worried or overwhelmed or stressed or whatever it is you were feeling, frantic in the moment, etc., you weren't really showing it. You were staying professional. And I also feel like with the 10 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles, there was like this sense of pride and achievement. The Chariot shows that you had a sense of direction. Like, you may not have known what to do next, but you were using your own judgment and discernment to say, hey, this is what I think we should do, or this is what I think should happen. Hey, Kay, welcome in. You can post your question if you're ready. And I feel like even if you felt directionless, it was perceived from the outside that you had direction, that you knew what protocol was, or you knew what you should do, and you just kind of stepped up. So overall, I feel like there's a lot of feeling impressed, specifically with the way that you handled yourself, the way that you kept your composure, and how professional you were throughout the process. So it looks really good. And SB, that is what I've got for you. Thank you so much for your donations with me today. All right, Kay, you've got it. So 2 mini reads. Maurice is a Leo. Michaela is a Scorpio. Oh, and your second question is messages. Okay. I'll pull a couple extra cards for you for the messages, Kay, because I think you donated a little extra. Let me see. Yeah, you donated a little extra, so we'll pull a couple extra message cards for you, okay? Perfect. All right. Kay, are you the Michaela in question, or is that someone else? Gina, bear with me for just a minute. I'll have to get to you shortly. Make sure that you stick around for your question to be answered, okay? All right, how does Maurice feel about... Okay, perfect. How does Maurice feel about Michaela letting him know she's leaving him alone? How does Maurice feel? How does Maurice feel about Michaela letting him know she's leaving him alone? All right, so you have 4 out of 5 major arcana cards, Kay. This is making me feel like this is a big deal. This is a big move that you have made, and I feel like that's being acknowledged here by him. I did see the 9 of Cups and the Knight of Swords come out. So I feel like he thinks that even though this might be a long time coming, potentially this decision he felt kind of unexpected, even though the actual idea of you leaving him alone is not necessarily unsurprising just because of your history together. I do think that this came a little bit unexpectedly. And I feel like he feels like you did what was best for you in that moment. For him individually, I feel like I feel almost as if he feels like there's a change underway. I don't think he's quite realized the significance of what you have set in motion here, because I think it's still so new. This feels like something you might have done recently, and it feels like he hasn't really been able to experience the depth of what this means. So I think right now he's okay. I think that the longer and longer this goes on, and like he sees, oh, it's been a month, now it's been 2 months, now it's been 3 months, now it's been 4 months, and then he continues to go and be like, oh wow, she's really holding to her word, she's really like, now it seems really real. I think the longer this goes on, the more impact this is going to have on him. So because he hasn't been able to fully experience the depth of what you're saying, and he hasn't seen it played out, and for all he knows, he's thinking, oh, she'll just message me tomorrow. He doesn't realize how serious you are. And so I think because of that, this hasn't hit him as hard. This isn't as impactful to him as like what it will be and the longer time goes on. So I think that as of right now, it's safe to say that this was unexpected. He feels like this is a big deal, and I think that he does sense some type of change up ahead or shift within the dynamic of your relationship, but I don't think he quite feels the impact at this time, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the messages. Okay, so he's saying, I'm reflecting on what you've said, and I haven't told you everything. So I feel like with this card, he's saying, like, I don't feel like I've been able to give my piece on this or like express my feelings on this. I'm still reflecting on it, and I feel like he still has some things to say, but maybe just not yet. Maybe he wants some more time to think on this first. Transformation. Hey, how are you? Welcome in. He's saying there's multiple cards indicating here that he has not been truthful with you, okay? He's saying, like, I have held back, I have not been truthful or straightforward with you. Oh, good. I hope you're having a good Friday. TGIF, am I right? Okay, he says, I'm afraid it's too late to take action. He's worried about the timing of all of this, wondering if this is something you guys can come back from. He's saying, you made me realize my flaws. I'm almost hearing that like in two ways. I think in one way he's being serious. You helped him realize his flaws, but I think I'm also hearing a tone of like sarcasm or like joking, because I feel like he's viewing you as someone who points out a lot of the things that he does wrong, and a lot of the ways in which you wish he would change, and a lot of the ways that you feel like he's not measuring up. So he's kind of like joking when he says, like, you made me realize my flaws because like you always told me what was wrong with me. So maybe he felt like he made you unhappy, exactly why you cut him off. He's saying, I'm trying to understand your side of the story. He says, I hope you're able to heal from this. He says, I'm trying to remain detached. I had to let this go so I could clear my mind. Now that's interesting because that's kind of what you just said. So I'm wondering if that's a projection on his part. Maybe he knows that that's why you let this go, because you're trying to get clarity here and build some type of separation. And he's mirroring that energy. He says, we are both hurting from this. And he says, we still have things to resolve and discuss. I should have expressed myself better. So I do think in time, Kay, he is going to respond to you. I think that he wants to ruminate on it first, but it still seems like he has some things left that were unexpressed, that in the moment right now he feels still deserve to be said. Now, as time goes on, he could think that it's not even worth it to bring all of this back up, so he might just decide not to get closure. That's also an option. The longer this goes on, that you guys don't communicate, he might feel it's best to just let it go. But as of right now, he does feel like he has some things that he wants to say. He's just trying to get his thoughts together. All right, Gina, are you here? You're welcome, Kay. Have a great day. All right, it doesn't look like Gina is here, so she's just gonna have to go back in rotation. Let's see. Next up, we have Nyla. So Nyla, if you would like to post, feel free to do so. Hey guys, I'm back. Thank you so much. It's just one of those things where, like, if I am working a long time and I don't take breaks, I end up like overexhausting myself. And then I find after a couple of hours, it's not that your readings aren't good. I just start feeling like I'm running out of energy to get them done. So if I schedule little breaks every couple of readings, then I find I have a lot more energy to dedicate to you individually. So thank you so much for your patience. We are going to start with Nyla, and Nyla donated for a BOGO. So let's get to shuffling here. Oh, good. Glad you were able to take a rest. All right, so this is for Nyla. So Nyla, I have romantic proposals and offers and invitation. I feel like he's going to continue to make offers to you in effort to pursue you, even throughout his relationship status. This causes him to betray a person that he has committed to. And I think that as long as you are receptive, he will continue to do this. I think that there's a potential here for something to happen, but it will be on and off between you guys. You will probably find it hard to get commitment from him. I feel you becoming and growing more guarded when it comes to him, not feeling like you can trust him. I think there is a potential here for you to walk away from this because you just don't want to be involved or in the conflict here of this drama. I do feel like for him, he will continue to pursue you so long as you let him do that. It will be physical. It's not showing right now any kind of committal or like escaping or walking away from this other person to only pursue you. I think there's a lot of double dipping here. I feel like this person will probably stay in the situation that they're in for a while, which will lead you to there's just like a potential path here of you walking away from them. What questions do you have in regards to him and your future together outside of that? Nyla, yes, if you're ready for that, I am done with your first question, unless you have anything you need clarified. What about him? Like his feelings for you? Or I guess it wouldn't be feelings. It would have to be intentions if we're going off of the question that you asked. Do you want to know what his intentions are? Okay, let's see. Before we move on to the next question, what are his intentions for the relationship with Nyla? Oh, okay. Your second question is, oh wait, no, you're asking why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? So Nyla, it looks like his intentions are to he's having trouble moving on. We have the Death card and the Eight of Cups. So Death is like a transition, and Eight of Cups is like moving forward, moving on. So he's having trouble transitioning away from you. He's having trouble with transitioning from being able to access you and moving on, moving forward. He feels like there's unfinished business here, and it seems to be that he should have tried to squander this and come to a resolution and gain closure prior towards this commitment that he has made with this other person. He should have tried to sort out his head before he did this, because marriage is a big deal. This isn't really something you can just walk away from, or you shouldn't view it that way. And so this is definitely something that he should have taken care of. And I think that it's very possible that he thought that once he made this commitment to this other person, that he would basically be able to move on. And maybe he realized that this didn't change anything for him when it comes to you. And now he's finding himself very confused. He probably thought that like whatever residual feelings that were left there, whatever residual feelings that he still had for you would just go away after he got married, and they didn't. And so now he's very confused, and he's having a hard time transitioning away from and moving on from you. Therefore, he's trying to gain clarity here with this connection. And again, like I said, he's going to continue to entertain it so long as you do, like you allow him to. He's going to continue to pursue you if you allow him that. So yeah, that's what I'm getting. Right, right. It is strange in the sense that you're like, why are you contacting me now? But I think that if you really think about it from a human experience standpoint, it's really not that strange, because if he thought that After all these years, he was holding on to feelings for you, but he was pursuing someone else. He probably thought he could just keep pushing those feelings down and suppressing them. And he probably thought that, like, once he got married to this person, that everything in his life would be fixed. But now that he's married and now he's done that, and he's realizing, well, there's still residual feelings here. Now I'm confused, because he should have dealt with those things and should have communicated with you prior to the marriage, but he didn't. And so now he's here trying to gain clarity about what it is that he wants in his life. And he made a decision about committing to someone for the rest of his life. And he still has feelings for you, clearly. So he shouldn't have done that. And so, in a sense, it is strange because of the timing. But I think that what has transpired is ultimately why this is happening. And so, in that regard, it's really not strange at all. What's your second question, Nyla? All right, let's take a look. All right, so Nyla, so this circumstance with this person that we just did a reading on, your ex, the Cancer, he's actually this. Okay, so he has his own set of like issues that he's dealing with and working through. And I feel like for you, there's like also a lesson to be like taken into consideration for you too, because what's going on here is energetically your ex is interfering with you finding someone new. And if you allow yourself to entertain your ex, you might be either like prolonging you meeting your person or interfering with you meeting this person just in general. Because I have here the Four of Cups is you possibly missing opportunities that are right in front of you if you allow yourself to get sucked back into the situation with the ex. And I feel like the universe, in a way, it's not like a test. I hate saying the universe is testing you. I don't really like that. I don't feel like that's the proper terminology, but I do feel like the universe is asking you, is this what you're willing to settle for? Because we have something really good coming for you. But if you want to settle for this, then that's fine. We'll just let you have that. But if you want this much better thing that we think is more suitable for you, then you have to like not entertain this X situation that you've already moved on from. So it's almost like it almost is like a test. I don't like saying that, but it kind of is, because I do feel like you have this soulmate here. Two of Cups. Yeah, that makes sense, Nyla. I totally get it. It's sometimes it's a lot easier to like go with what's familiar versus sitting there being like alone or on your own. But we do, in order to be rewarded, we do have to get uncomfortable, because that's where growth happens, is in the discomfort. And so if you're willing to be on your own and ignore this ex and let him sort out his problems and not drag you down with him, you potentially could meet this new next person very, very quickly. The Two of Cups signifies love, partnership, harmony, balance, soulmates, committed relationships, connection, and attraction. This also talks about like marriage and being with someone who you would spend the rest of your life with. And we also have the Nine of Pentacles, which indicates getting what it is that you deserve, what you know it is that you deserve. So let's see, who is this person? So this person, this is someone who works for their money. Like, I feel like they're a person of means. But it's because they worked for it. So they have money, but it wasn't handed to them. They worked hard for it, and that's why they're in the position that they are now. They're not afraid to put in work, and they're not afraid to put in effort into someone or something that they feel is worth it for them. Let's see, who is this person? So this is all a romantic proposal and offer as well. I almost feel, Nyla, with the path that I'm seeing you on at the moment, you're like torn. You're torn here. I think that it's possible that even if you entertain your ex and you say like, well, where can this go from here? I'm going to see this through. I still think there's potential for this person, this new person, to come in at the same time, but I think it's only going to confuse you. I think if you want a clear path forward and you don't want to be confused and you want to just pursue something like new and different and not, and like no baggage, no history, no nothing, I think you're gonna have to drop the situation with the ex. What they're showing me is that if you don't, this new person might actually still come in for you, but then it's going to be even more confusing, because you're gonna have to be choosing someone that you have built a rapport and have a history with over someone brand new and completely unknown to you. You could see this person as having everything that you want, but it might be even more confusing if you don't allow yourself to remain independent and liberated. Let's see. Spirit is saying you are going to get your justice. You are going to get what you deserve. So whatever it is you believe that you deserve, that is what you're going to get. So if you believe you deserve like someone who's in a relationship with someone else, then that's what you'll get. If you believe you deserve someone who is emotionally available, single, and ready to mingle, then that's what you're going to get. So it's very important to pay attention to your thoughts right now and tell yourself, what is it you deserve? Do you deserve someone who's completely available to you? Or do you deserve someone who's only going to be half in it or can't really offer you anything right now? That's important to keep in mind. I think that this person could easily be a Leo, a Libra. We also have Aquarius, Gemini vibes. Now, I'm not going to like hold you in that box. It doesn't necessarily mean that's who they're going to be, but there could be a lot of like fire air placements here. Who is this person coming towards her? Please give me a couple more cards. Hey, James, welcome in. This is someone who stands up for their beliefs and supports you and fights for you and is very protective of you. This is someone who brings balance to your life, is adaptable, flexible, gets along with a lot of people, and ultimately could be your 10 of cups. I have 10 of cups happening here, and this indicates like a harmony and domestic bliss. When is this person coming in for her, please? When is this person coming in for her? Ten of Cups again. That looks like it's going to be within the year. Let me see if I can get a specific date here with my timing. Yeah, I'm getting between March. It's a big gap, okay? It's happening, I'm getting this year. And I want to say it can start anywhere between next month and October. And I know that that's such a huge gap. I'm leaning more towards the earlier part of this year, but I think that March, April, May, June, July, October. That's only a 6-month stretch. And it may seem like a lot, but I am getting that it will happen this year, 2024. And it will happen as soon as next month. But I think that maybe it's such a wide gap. Maybe it's such a big month, like big stretch, because it's dependent on, you know, your actions and your decisions and what you pursue and versus what you don't pursue. Do you leave yourself open and available, or do you get emotionally entangled with someone from the past, or do you get distracted by something else, I guess is the question. So maybe Spirit saying this is dependent on your free will, how quickly this comes in for you. You're welcome, Nyla. It was good talking to you. I hope you have a good rest of your day and good luck with all of that. Awesome. Okay. Let me update the donation list here. All right, Paula. Is Paula here? All right, Paula. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We had a lot of donations come in at the same time. It was like 20 different names. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. It was like 16 people all came in less than 3 hours. And those 16 people had multiple like readings, some of them. So it's just taking me a while to get through them all. I appreciate your patience. Believe me. Okay. So Paula, what did you donate for, Paula? Oh, an in-depth reading? Okay, perfect. I've been good. Earlier, people were like, you sound tired. I'm like, I know. I am. I'm very tired. I've been working pretty much every single day. The days that you guys don't see me on here, I'm still working. My husband and I have been making extra money on the side through Instacart, so we've been doing that. And then if I'm not doing that and I'm not streaming, then you can bet I am cleaning my house, making dinner, getting laundry done, going to appointments, whatever. So busy lately. It's been crazy. And I don't think my next day off is going to be until maybe Tuesday. So James, I have your question. Thank you. All right, what should Paula expect for the month of March? What should Paula expect for the month of March? All right, so I have fertility, prosperity, sensuality. I feel like you are going to be working or putting effort into a hobby and spending a lot of time at home. This is also a time where if you wanted to have a baby, you could, because I feel like your body is like ready for that. Or if that seems like too far fetched, it's making me feel like maybe you're wanting to delve into like your feminine nature and qualities and do things more related to creativity. I also have being extra sensual. So the fertility aspect could just indicate like an increase in your sex drive. I also have Wheel of Fortune here, which talks about having a lot of good luck in the month of March, which is kind of fitting because month of March talks about luck. Having luck, being lucky could also indicate getting lucky. Let's see. What should she expect in love for the month of March? I see you kind of holding back though still a little bit. So maybe not putting all of your cards out there for people to see, trying to be a bit more mysterious in the month of March, being more observant versus someone who's very extroverted. I think you're kind of keeping your feelings and thoughts to yourself in the month of March. I do see that you have hope in your love life. Yeah, lots of mystery and like seductive qualities in the month of March. We also have the devil. So Paula, I feel like you're going to be hooking up with men in March. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing like one person only or like multiple people, but I do feel like you're partnering up with someone with the opposite sex, and like you guys are hooking up and being affectionate, physically affectionate with one another. Let's see. And I see one or more people making an offer to you in the month of March. So this could be like asking you out on a date, getting you a gift, bringing you flowers, making some kind of advancement in your direction. And I see you just taking it. Like you're very much like attracting people into your life. You're calling people in almost like a siren. You're attracting them to you. So I feel like if anything, people are going to be chasing you and wanting you and your attention versus you really seeking anyone out. So you could have a lot of secret admirers. I think that you're ready for something new. I think you're ready to forgive and forget. You want to move forward and experience something different. Does that sound accurate? Awesome. All right, Paula, thank you so much. Again, thank you for your patience waiting for your reading as well. I know that you were waiting for a while. If A Jazz is here, I love all the smiley faces. All right, A Jazz, I see you. Okay. Paula, you're welcome. Have a great rest of your night. All right, this is for Jazz. And remember, if you guys want to add to your reading, you can. So long as I get it before your turn is over, okay? Okay, Jazz, that sounds good. All right, why hasn't Celestia sent the address to Ajaz for the party she invited you to? Or she invited Ajaz to, okay. Why hasn't Celestia sent the address? For the party she invited Jazz to. Okay, Jazz, I got it. Why hasn't Celestia sent the address? I have the Tower in reverse alongside the Wheel of Fortune upright. So this talks about I feel like she wanted you. This was a genuine invite, and she felt, honestly, Jazz, I'm almost wondering if she kind of spoke out of turn by inviting you because she wanted you to come, but maybe she didn't have permission to bring someone or something like that. Because I have the Tower here, which talks about averting disaster or tragedy, delaying the inevitable. Maybe she felt like she spoke out of turn by inviting you and realized after the fact that she wasn't going to be able to do that. And now she's trying to figure out how to fix this problem. Maybe she's waiting to delay because she's trying to figure out if there's any way that she won't have to cancel on you or something like that. Maybe she can convince the person to let you go, or oh, it's her party. So if it's not someone else's party. No, but I do think this was a genuine invitation. Do you think it's possible like an ex is going to be there? Because this whole like averting disaster, avoiding tragedy, delaying the inevitable, I'm wondering if there's like someone she doesn't want you to meet. Because there is this element here that's basically like, I really wanted them to come. Then there was new information that was provided, and now I'm wondering if it's such a good idea or if I'm going to be able to go through with it. But I do feel like it's a genuine invitation, and now I'm like, okay, so then what kind of, if it's her party, what kind of tragedy or disaster does she feel like she's going to have to avoid? Let's keep pulling. That's what she says. What does she say? She says that it was genuine, or what did she say? You're not involved romantically. I don't know. It feels genuine, Jazz. Something has come up where she's wondering if it might be a conflict of interest to have you there. Maybe there's someone there that she's afraid is going to make a bad impression on you, and she's really just trying to avoid that. Avoiding the inevitable is either avoiding or trying to push off the fact that she's going to have to cancel, or maybe there's some situation that by inviting you would be a part of, and maybe she just doesn't want that to happen so quickly. She knows at some point down the line it's going to happen, but she's like, well, I don't want this to happen right now. I don't know. The Tower in reverse here just really got me questioning, like, she's second guessing herself. She's questioning if this is a good idea or if this is what she should have done in the first place. Even though, again, with the Wheel of Fortune, I cannot think under any other circumstances that this was not a genuine invitation to you. I really think she wanted you to be there. But something like the Tower, as we all know, can come in and ruin everything. And I'm almost like wondering if something has happened that has her second guessing this. She said it was her party and she'd like me to come. I think, Jazz, though, I would not write it off just yet, though, because it does talk about avoidance and resistance, but it also talks about delaying the inevitable. And so you might get the address last minute. Is the party today or tomorrow? I feel like honestly with the delaying the inevitable, she might even come to terms with it and just go, "You know what? Forget it. Like I'm just going to send her the address because it's going to happen regardless. Whatever I'm afraid of or whatever the problem is, it's bound to happen. Might as well just rip off the Band-Aid." But I think that it's very possible that you are going to get a last minute address as well. I think there's a big potential here that you will still go. Would she be paying you? Would she be paying you for this? Or would this be a genuine invitation as a guest? I feel like she doesn't have all of her ducks in a row, Jazz, and I think it's possible she might be trying to prevent you from seeing that she's not as organized or she doesn't have as many connections as she would like to leave you to believe. Maybe she was just trying to set herself up in a better way or a better place before kind of bringing you into the fold. Yeah. I'm trying to like put these cards in the interpretation of like your situation, and it's like the only thing that's coming through is like genuine invitation, but she is trying to delay the inevitable. She feels like she's trying to like avoid disaster or like prevent you from seeing something or doing something or being a part of something that she's not ready to have you be a part of. I do feel though, I want to say there's a high potential here that you're still going to go regardless. Tomorrow from 9 to 3. I think that she might just say, you know what, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. Here's the address. But I think that if your intuition has been telling you that you have not received the address intentionally, like if there's an intentional reason as to why you haven't received the address yet, your intuition is correct. I think that she's pushing this off as long as she can for whatever her reasons are. But I think in the end you do go. I have the Chariot here at the end of the reading. I think you do have success. You do have victory. And I hope I'm right. Like I almost feel like she's there's some things that she just wants to kind of get taken care of before she responds to you. Yeah, this is interesting energy. I have Wheel of Fortune, the Tower, 7 of Pentacles, the Chariot at the end. Shoot, what was the other card? Oh, I can't see it in my head. Oh, I had already reshuffled the deck. I can't remember what the fifth card was. But yeah, that's what I'm picking up here. Oh, it was the Four of Swords. That was the fifth card, the Four of Swords. I'm never wrong. Okay, well good. I hope that I'm staying on track here for you, because I feel like that was divinely guided that you're still going to go. That kind of came in at the end of the reading. So we shall see. Okay, and you donated for another mini reading. What's your second question? Let's take a look here. Oh, good. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. Why hasn't she followed back on IG? Why hasn't she followed back on IG? Well, Fortune is back out again. Why is she not followed back? Hey, Rising. Wheel of okay, that sounds good. Wheel of Fortune is such a it's like such a good card, because whether it's in the upright position or not, I still feel like the general essence of the card is good luck, good fortune, things working out for you, things benefiting you. But the Wheel of Fortune is like luck, chance, gambling, divine intervention. It's all the things in life that just miracles that just happen that we don't really have a say or control over. It's just the aspect of our life where we're feeling extra blessed or extra favored, and there's not really any reason for it at all. It's just, you feel like you're being looked out for. You feel like things are really starting to go your way. You feel like things are working out. But in the, I guess, shadow aspect is that it also is chance. It's taking a risk. It's putting yourself out there. It's, not really knowing how things are going to go, but trying to hope for the best anyway. So yeah, that's Wheel of Fortune. All right. Now, if following someone back on Instagram is not a huge deal, in my opinion. I think it's just a part of a social construct that is so easy to do or not do, and yet we put so much intention behind it. For example, a influencer or famous person that is followed by millions of people might choose to not follow a single person back, or they make absolute sure that like for every 100,000 followers they're only following 15 people. So it could be honestly just a tactic that social media has, where the more followers you have and the less you're followed, the more influential you are, and you're very, very picky about who it is you're following back. So I'm trying to understand how intentional this is as far as not following you back right now. Now, I do have a question for you. Did you notice that she wasn't following these other people, and then suddenly she was, but she selected all of these other people instead of you? Or do you think that it's possible that she was already following these other people that you know, and she just hasn't had a chance to follow you back yet, is the question. I'm just curious if you know if it seems like this is an isolated event, or if this is something that is like seems very much like she's picking and choosing. Okay, so you think that she's probably picking and choosing. I'm asking because the Wheel of Fortune does talk about decisive moments, doing things intentionally in hopes that it will work out, but not quite sure. Picking and choosing. Okay. So you feel like this woman doesn't ever do anything without certain motivations or certain intentions. And I would say if you feel that way, I would agree. And if you don't feel that way, that's still how I feel. I feel like whatever it is that she does, there's a reason behind it. So I do have a card here that says a person who is calculated and unconcerned with the feelings of other people. Um, so it's very interesting that like you're picking up that she's doing things intentionally. I'm picking up that she has motivations. And then I have a card here that's saying that she's calculated and that she's unconcerned with how her decisions are affecting other people. She's just worried about how things are, how things apply to her. So I think she could be in her professional and social endeavors. I think she could be very self-motivated. I do feel like she probably doesn't think too hard through whether or not this is going to bother you, or if you'll even realize that this is what's happened, if you even pay attention to this sort of thing. I think that more so than anything, she's just doing what feels right to her in the moment. So let me specifically find out why it's you that she hasn't followed, because I think that's ultimately what you want to know. Now that we understand her motivations, why hasn't she followed Jazz back? Being in charge. independence, impulsiveness, loyalty. Okay, so we have the King of Wands. This is confirming my kind of like self-centered motivations, but I feel like she's trying to assert some type of authority here. I think that this is so confusing. I'm wondering if this woman likes drama. I'm like, does she like drama? Does she, because I was picking up initially that she was trying to avoid drama. She was trying to avoid tragedy. But I literally have 3 cards here that say she wants to give off the appearance of like fairness and equality. She gives off the illusion that she's a fair, equal person, but she likes to remain in power. And she likes feeling powerful. So maybe this is like a power play or a power move. I'm so confused. So the gentleness that you're feeling, I think, is the temperance card that I have here. Remember I said she likes to appear that she's doing things fairly and equal in providing like equality and fairness, peace, patience, that kind of thing. But I think that deep down inside, she likes feeling wanted, needed. She probably, if she knew that you were wondering this, she probably would like that. She probably would like the idea that you're like, why isn't she following me back? Because that's very much like I'm asserting my power. This is a power play, a power move. Like it's getting you wondering and wanting my attention. You know, it's a little immature if I'm completely honest. But it's giving like Queen Bee at a high school and like you are my subjects and if I follow you then you should feel blessed kind of thing. And I don't necessarily think that she's like a mean person, but that's kind of like the energy of like I'm not really caring about if this affects you or not. I'm doing what I want to do and it is what it is. And if this causes drama, the tower is like here again, Jazz. Just keep in mind with this person, I have now had the tower twice. And I think it's a very, very important you keep this in the back of your mind that she is associated with the tower in tarot. And so just be cautious with this situation. How do you think I feel? This is why I haven't given her satisfaction of looking at her Instagram story. Yeah, I think it's more a power move. I think in the end, it's just, sorry, hope that wasn't loud. I think it's just a power move. I think she'll probably follow you at some point. But I think she likes the idea of people wondering these things. She could be naturally intuitive, yeah. I feel like you're more intuitive than she is, but okay, so you said you donated again. Let me check. Give me 1 second while I check my phone. You can go ahead and post your question. Yeah, I've been having issues today for some reason where my emails aren't coming through, and my emails are how I have recently been keeping track of donations. So once I get an email notification, then I'll be like, oh, okay. And then I kind of keep my list organized that way. But for some reason, the last 2 times I've gone live, I'm not getting the emails, they're skipping entirely, or they're coming in like an hour late. So I'm having to kind of reconfigure the way that I'm keeping track of everything. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I got it. All right. All right, what is coming towards me for romance? Compromise, end of a conflict or struggle. Truce, crossroads and difficult decisions. Being torn between 2 relationships or divided loyalty. I don't think anything new is coming towards you right now. I think these are things of the past. I think these are things or people of the past that either haven't fully let go of you or you haven't fully let go of them. It feels like you guys are going to have to come to a I don't know, come to a crossroads. It seems like there's something here that has to do with reaching agreements and compromising at this crossroads to decide how to move forward. So maybe this is Spirit's way of saying your energy has to be cleansed of certain people that are still holding on to you, or you potentially are still holding on to them. And again, that can be a mutual thing there. It doesn't have to be you or them. It could be the both of you together. But Spirit is saying if you're wanting something new, then we have to walk away from the what ifs. And if you still want to explore some unfinished business, then you will be looking at a crossroads here where you guys are making difficult decisions in hopes to come to some type of compromise or end of conflict. So my question for you is, Jazz, are you in potential connections with people that you think that there's still something to be explored, or there's unfinished business that needs to be resolved? Or are you looking for something new, or are you open to any of it? Because I see kind of like these things swirling around you that it won't be something new until these other things have been cleared of your energy. So I haven't talked to my ex. Oh my gosh. So I haven't talked to my ex ever since I broke it off with her. She betrayed me. She still hasn't come forth, but watch my social media and still has old videos of us. So I guess my question for you is, do you still feel like you're lingering in that energy? Are you still like waiting to get that closure from this person? Because what I'm sensing is that I can't tap into anything new for you right now until that has been brought to an end. And it doesn't mean that you have to reopen old wounds. It doesn't mean you have to have a relationship with this person again. It doesn't mean that you guys have to have a conversation and get closure. But what it does mean is that you have to find peace with how things happened in order for there to be more room moving forward with someone new, because I feel like this person's still in your energy. Full pictures of us are still on our Facebook. I have to be honest, I haven't been able to shake it because I still think she might come back. Okay. So then, Jazz, what I think you should focus on right now, because I've got to be honest, I'm not tapping into any new romance, would be to try to work on finding peace with that relationship and through whatever means necessary, whether that means trying to have peace and closure and be okay with how things are right now so that way you can open yourself up to new possibilities, or if that means waiting and waiting and waiting until this person comes back around to give you that closure, or asking them for closure by reaching out to them and communicating with them, whatever that means for you that feels the most right. But I want to say this person lingering in your energy and having some attachment to this person still, not attachment as in like, oh, like I'm so grateful for the lessons that I learned here. The past is in the past. I don't regret it, but I don't want it again. That's not what I mean. What I mean is if you're still attached to it or you're still lingering this energy, you still are holding out hope. And that might be what's blocking you from anything new coming your way. I definitely agree, Jazz. And I will say, like, I've had a lot of relationships in my life where people did not own up to what they did. And that started honestly with my own father. He still to this day tries to pretend that the things that he's done are things that he didn't do. He tries to rewrite my story, tell me that things didn't happen the way that I remember, try to invalidate my feelings. And worst of all, he doesn't even want to confront the things that he's done. He just wants to sweep them under the rug and pretend it never happened. And I found myself in similar themes in all of my relationships, allowing people to do what they do and never own up to it and never acknowledge it. And I can tell you, I've had a lot of relationships that I've had to move on from where I never got that closure. I never got that apology. And I just had to sit there and say, you know what? This isn't even about them. This is about me and who I was in the relationship, what I offered, what I gave, what mistakes I made. And I have to come to peace with that, because whoever they were to me was what I made them. Whoever they are is not who I made them out to be. The thing is that a lot of times when we're in relationships, we play with the line of what was actually real and what was what we made them into being. And our love for them can sometimes make them be a better person. Our love for them can make our feelings stronger for them than what they deserve. And if we take a step back and we look at things from the outside very objectively, we see how not good they were for us. But we will always hold on to that until we find peace within ourselves that we did our best, and we allow ourselves to release ourselves from them and say they were only as good as what we made them out to be in our own heads. Because if you look at it objectively, did they deserve the love that I gave to them? Was I fantasizing about their potential, or was I fantasizing about who they actually were? Did I make this up? Did I exaggerate? And was the relationship special because of my love, or was the relationship special because of the love they gave to me? And 9 times out of 10, if it didn't work out, it was only special because of the love you gave to them. And then you have to take a step back and say, I'm releasing that because they weren't giving anything to me and I was giving to them, and they're not who I want. What I want is the love that I thought we had. But I feel like after a year of you guys being apart, I feel like you have your answer. And whether or not they're still going through a healing phase, whether or not they've removed your pictures, whether or not they're watching your social media. I mean, I have people I dated 10, 15 years ago that are still watching my stories, and I'm married. So I just feel like we can't put like a lot of stock into what she's feeling based off of not removing old pictures. My husband has pictures of him and his ex on there, and he's married. I have pictures of like some of my relationships on there throughout the years. That just means that we had a life before this. But it doesn't necessarily mean that. I feel like you have to like harness, are they making action towards you? Are they communicating with you? Are they apologizing to you? That is tangible. That is what you have to base your decisions on. And it's hard. It's not easy, especially like when you feel like you still have feelings. But I think right now that's important for you to work through that. And I think that even though it's shitty and even though you deserve so much more, you might not ever get that acknowledgement and accountability from her. But you will be able to move on. I know you will. But if she's still in your energy right now and you're still lingering in that hope, I think it's going to be really hard for you to be able to open yourself up to someone new at this time. Oh, you're welcome, Jazz. You're so welcome. I'm sending you so much love. I know this isn't easy. And I think that's in part why I do readings like this, because, I've been there so many times. And it's hard. And you just think to yourself, like, I'm such a good person. I did nothing but love them. I did nothing but care for them. I did nothing but want the best for them. What the fuck? It's shitty. But I promise you that it will work out. It will get better. You'll figure it out. And I think you will give yourself closure. The closure that you needed. Oh, Jazz, 100%. 100%. You're gonna find your ride or die. I promise you that. And once you start to like get through this and you get to the other side and you do find that person that loves you unconditionally and is willing to fight it out and give it their best and not give up, then you're gonna look back at all the time wasted. I saw someone in a comment on social media and they were like, I mourn for all of the time I gave to people who didn't give a shit about me. And now I look back and I grieve because I know now so much better than I did then. And I wasted so much time and I mourn for that time that I'm never going to give back. So don't waste any more time on people who aren't wasting time on you. Okay? That's my advice. Thank you, Jazz. All right, this is for you're welcome, Jazz. I appreciate you, girl. It's mutual. Whoa, I think my thing muted. Shayna J, if you're here, please check in with me. Hey Shayna, I'm answering your yes no really quickly. All right, is Shayna J still in the running to be hired? Are Allison and Krista still keeping Shayna J in the running to be hired? Please show me a yes or a no card for Shayna J. Yes, I have a yes. I have the Chariots. Not only are you in the running, I feel like you might be in the lead. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like at a minimum you are still in the running. The Chariot here talks about overcoming obstacles, success, victory, hard work paying off, things like that, progress. So I feel like I definitely feel like you're still in the running, and the Chariot is a yes card for me. So good luck. I hope that I'm right. When should you hear back from them? Okay, well, Shane Jay, if you get it, or if you get more like an update for a callback interview or something, definitely keep us posted if you see me. I'm curious how it all works out for you. You're welcome. Hey, Joe. My list closed about 4.5 hours ago for yes, no questions. I currently was only doing free yes, nos for new subscribers, but I know you've been here before, and also I've just recently closed all of my lists, including donations. I have to get to the store before it closes, and so I have to get through these last couple of readings really quickly and then head out. You're welcome. Have a good day, okay? Hey everyone, again, thank you so much for your patience. I'm sorry, I literally had to deal with my husband calling me. I had to get something fixed at the pharmacy. I had to send my husband a list because I'm not going to be able to get to the grocery store before they close. And then I was having issues with my health insurance so then I had to reach out to the agent to get that fixed. I just was dealing with a lot of bullshit. So I'm sorry. It wasn't even a break for me. It was just nothing but stress and work. So, oh well. I am back and we're going to go ahead and finish up these readings really quickly and then move on. So, this is for James. Love option number 2. Let's pull it up here. Love option 2. Okay. All right. Love option 2 for James and Patty. Patty and James. Hey James, welcome back. Patty and James. Okay, really good cards so far. We have Impression, 6 of Wands, Thoughts, 10 of Cups, Feelings, Death, Intentions, the Sun, Outside Influences and Blocks, 8 of Pentacles, and Overall Energy, 8 of Swords. So generally is good. I would say a little so-so, but overall is pretty good. So as far as like impressions and what they're showing and giving the connection, I feel like she's trying to make more of an effort. She's trying to show you she cares, maybe offer compliments that you haven't received yet, or maybe she's making some type of impression on you and saying things and doing things that feel new but good, that kind of give you a feeling that progress is being made here in the connection. I feel like she just really wants to show you that she's making an effort. Her thoughts are the 10 of Cups. So she's feeling like you guys get on well. You're pretty compatible. 10 of Cups talks about harmonious relationships. So she probably feels like things are going very simpatico. I don't know if that's the correct terminology, but you guys are just getting on fairly well. And if there are any kind of disagreements or anything like that, I think you guys get over them pretty quickly, but I'm not feeling disagreements. I'm feeling more like things are very agreeable, very like-minded. I don't know. She's just looking and perceiving your connection as very fun and happy and joyous, with very few or no disagreements. Her intentions we have is the Death card. So she is interested in spiritual change and transformation within the connection. She feels like this connection will provide a lot of depth and understanding, a lot of enlightenment as well. And she is, I think, ready for continued change and maybe moving into the next phase of your relationship. Her intentions are the Sun. This is a very positive card. So along with her thoughts, her intentions are to continue to try to give more fun to the relationship, more playful energy and openness as well. As far as outside influences or blocks, I am getting a no, but I have the 8 of Pentacles. This could indicate that if there are any distractions, it's work related. I don't think that there's anything else that's trying to come and interfere with your relationship. And the overall energy generally is just taking one day at a time. With the Eight of Swords, not really knowing what's going to come next. I feel like there's still all this uncertainty surrounding the relationship. This person is blindfolded, so they can't really see what's going to happen next. And they're pretty much just trying to take one day at a time. Now, the Eight of Swords does feel a bit restrictive, so it's possible that there's some energy swirling around your connection where you want to act on things and you feel like you have to hold back, or you want to say something but you feel like maybe you should bite your tongue and see if that feeling passes, or maybe you want to act on urges or impulses or desires and you feel like you're having to restrict yourself. There's also that energy there. All right. Now, your question. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. How will things go the next time you see each other? So we have the sun, so we're bringing in more of that positivity and warmth, playfulness. We have the Wheel of Fortune, so I'm seeing that you guys are going to feel like you're getting lucky. The Wheel of Fortune is all the things that we don't have control over, like luck and chance and happenstance and divine intervention. It's the things that almost they feel like they happen to us and not really something that we have any control over. So it feels like good fortune. It feels like things are just working out for you guys the next time you see each other. Maybe it's as minor as you guys hit every single green light on the way, or maybe you find a $20 bill and then you have that to buy each other coffee, and then you can also go on a date because you came into extra money. It can be as simple as you both wanting the same things, and so you both go for the things that you want. Like maybe you guys both want to kiss each other, so you guys just do it. No one's on a different page. It just feels kind of like a very lucky interaction with one another. When you guys are hanging out, it just feels like things are working. Maybe you go to a restaurant and there's no wait. Maybe you just happen upon like a really good dessert shop that like becomes a staple in your relationship. It's just like there's just like this feeling of like chance and luck, and anything can really happen. And it's kind of like an exciting quality that surrounds your time together. Let's see. How will things go? How will things go? I do feel like you guys, next time you guys get together, you're going to be doing something new or different. It feels like maybe you go and try something or go to a new place, or you guys are doing something on this date that feels different than something you have done before. We have the Ace of Swords, and this talks about new ideas or different kind of plans that you guys make together. That through this experience, you guys will have good communication, breakthroughs, clarity. Something overall will feel very successful about this date. And then we also have the Justice, so like getting what you deserve, things going your way. Overall, I feel like this is the energy of fun, lighthearted playfulness, exploration, adventure, and just really enjoying one another. So hopefully I'm right. Fingers crossed. But that is the vibe that I'm picking up here for your dates. And after that, we have rising. Hey, everything sounded very promising. Anytime we spend together goes beautifully. That makes me very happy to hear. I'm sure it'll continue to just go really well. Rising, if you're here, please check in. Lately, I've been feeling distant in our communication, but that's just how relationship goes sometimes, I guess. Yeah, it definitely will ebb and flow, James. Are you guys like in an official relationship? Do you mind me asking? Has anything become like exclusive or committed, or are you guys kind of just seeing how things go? We're still in the seeing how things go phase, but also not seeing other people. I like that. I think that's great, and letting things happen organically. A lot of times, like when you're getting to know someone in the beginnings, yes, things go very back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and like you can't get enough of each other, and you just want to hear from them and talk to them all day long, and like nothing else matters. But at some point, like that's not sustainable, and you can't live like that forever. So I think, letting things just happen naturally. And I can sympathize with like feeling distance in communication, but take faith in knowing that it's not always going to be like that. Sometimes things ebb, sometimes things flow. You guys will get back in your groove. You know what I'm saying? It'll happen for you. You're welcome, James. Thanks for stopping in. It was good seeing you. Okay, so I don't think Rising is here, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure she posted her questions on PayPal, so I'm gonna look those up really quickly. Shoot, a part of her question cut off. All right, so Rising, if you're seeing this, your second question cut off after the word started. So I just want to let you know I didn't see anything after that. But essentially, I can see both of your questions. It's just cut off. And usually, the only time that I can actually see the questions in full is when I get an email notification that a donation has been made. And unfortunately, there's been issues with my email receiving those notifications. So, with that being said, I couldn't see everything. So, I'm just going to do my best. And we're going to start with your first question. Okay, so let me shuffle for that now. Okay, so Rising Storm, I am getting a yes. That this person was doing that. Now, the things that they observed were, or I guess the things that they observed and thought about that processed was that you seem to be like a very good and oh my god, what is the word? Involved. It's not just involved though. It's like you're Yeah, I guess involved parent. You're just someone who, because there's a lot of like earth energy, so it's like you're very much in the thick of it with your kid. And I feel like that's kind of what he's processing and what he's thinking is like every time he sees you, you're handling things. You're taking care of your child, you're, doing something related to your home life. Or you're running errands or you're checking the mail or whatever it is you're doing is just like you're very much like child mother oriented. And I feel like he's looking at you and appreciating this, like how God, there's a word, spirit, what is it? It's like another word for involved, but it's not the word that I'm thinking of. You're just very much present and there and getting shit done and taking care of things, and making sure that you're where you're supposed to be. Just being a very stand-up parent is basically like what I'm getting from this. The Pentacles are very like hands-on, and I feel like he's looking at you as someone who's got a lot on their plate, but you're taking care of it. And I think that he admires that quality about you, not just for the sake of his own child and what that child is lacking, not just for the sake of his own child and for what that child is lacking, but also because he may feel like he wished he had that kind of parent when he was younger. Rising, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. All right, Rising. Sorry about that. So basically to round off like this first part of the reading is that I feel like he was looking at you in admiration for not only what he feels his daughter doesn't have the best of, but also basically like maybe admiration for like what he wished he would have had, like someone who is more present, more involved, more just like consistent in adding to his life in a beneficial way. And I feel also too like he's kind of celebrating you here with the 6 of Wands. So I'm not saying that he was looking and watching and all of that stuff and just thinking so deeply into all of that. I think a lot of these thoughts that I'm articulating were fleeting, but I do feel like it was a yes, and I do feel like it started to kind of stir some of these emotions or thoughts. Even if it was like if it was like a minute or two of like seeing you or watching you, these thoughts did start to cross his mind. Did he like sit there and have a whole therapy session in his brain? No, but I do think there were these like feelings again that were stirred, and these thoughts of like admiration and celebration of you, and just thinking very highly of your character. So there's that for the first question. Hey, Amy, welcome in. I'm actually about to do your reading. I'm finishing right now Rising Storm's second half of her donation, and then I will be right with you, okay? All right, so the second part of the question, again, Rising Storm, bear with me because for whatever reason, after the word started, the question cut off. I can't see what you said after that. So I'm just going to go with the part of the question that I am able to read and see what I can come up with here. So Rising, I know with this question you're asking a very tough question. Like you're asking the hard questions here. You're like really trying to face the facts, face the truth, and you're like, is this even a thing? And like me knowing kind of how long all this has been going on and stuff, as your friend, I want to say, do you, girl, because clearly you're putting a lot into this that you're not getting out. And now I'm looking at the cards though, and they're like, no, it's not over before it even started. Like, they're saying good news is coming. Stay optimistic. The difficulties are behind you. Easier times are up ahead. And then I'm like, tell me yes or no, like straight out. Is it over before it even begun? And I got no, no, no. So here I am saying, okay, I want to face the facts, and I want to say, like, make the best decision for yourself here. But clearly Spirit has something else up their sleeve, I guess, because I'm getting a no. I'm getting it's not. Now, what you do with that information is completely up to you. The great part about living the life that we live is you have free will. And I'm not going to sit here and try to get your hopes up on something that just for the heck of it. But I can't lie to you what cards I'm seeing right now. So I asked, like, is it over before it begun? Like, give me the energy here. And I have, like, all the hardships are behind you, easier times ahead. All of the turbulent waters now is easier, smoother sailing. Good news coming. Have courage, have faith. Be optimistic here. Don't give up. Stay energetic about the situation. Is it over before it started? No. Seven of Cups. No. Death. No. The Devil. What information or advice can we give to rising here? Okay, so we have the Knight of Cups, which does talk about unrequited love or unrequited feelings. But why would they say that if they're saying it's not over before it started? I wonder if he feels that his feelings are unrequited. Maybe he feels like you wouldn't reciprocate, therefore no moves get made. Unrequited love. I don't know. Because me as your friend, I want to say, cut your losses. I want you to find someone who gives to you. And I'm not saying that it can't be this person. I'm not saying, that it's the potential isn't there for this person. If he was in the right place at the right time, he couldn't give to you and there couldn't be this magic between you guys. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, like, as your friend, I want to say cut your losses. I want to say move on to something else and be open to something else that's bigger and better. Attraction can only get you so far. And the feelings that you might have, they're not being reciprocated, not in a real way. And so as your friend and your reader, I want to say just accept it and, like, find something else that's worth your time. But as an interpreter of the cards, I'm feeling like Spirit is saying it's not necessarily over. I feel like they're saying you're not done here. What is your gut telling you, High Priestess? Maybe I'm getting conflicting answers because you're supposed to make this decision. Hermit, look within. Look within yourself. What are you being shown? What are you feeling? Harness your instincts, harness your intuition. Rising, I feel like the cards, I feel like Spirit is saying there's still some quote unquote cards to be played here, pun intended, with this person. But as your friend, I'm saying, I want better for you. So take from that what you will. Maybe sit with yourself for a while and really dig deep and figure out what your next moves are going to be. Whether they're moves or not moves. And yeah, that is what I've got, Rising. All right, so let's see. Next up, we have Amy. And Amy left her question on Cash App. Amy, this is an in-depth reading for you, right? And now, do you want to know a general, or do you want a specific category, me to look into something specific, like career, love, finances, or do you just want to see like what comes out and do general? Okay, general. All right, general. Lots of options, choices, multiple opportunities coming towards you where you have the control, the free will. You have the decision making power here. Over the next 3 months, there could also be quite a bit of like fantasizing and dreaming and goal setting. So this could be where all of the multiple options come into play, is you could be thinking to yourself, like, what do I want, my next 3 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years, so on and so forth to look like. It could be this place where you're kind of thinking to yourself, making plans, or kind of thinking about the future and kind of fantasizing of what you want your dream life to look like. And that can be like career based, your home. Cups specifically talk about love, so maybe thinking about your romantic life as well, and just using your imagination to get really creative and getting like really specific about what it is you want moving forward and how you want those things to look. We also have Justice. So this is like kind of like a spiritual side and a very practical side. Justice talks about like karmic justice, getting what you deserve. So up until this point, how much good karma have you put out there? How much have you given that you can now get back? How much have you received? Do you feel like you've been a very good person all of your life? Do you feel like you still have some things to learn? Basically just working towards that karmic justice for yourself. The other flip side of this is a very practical thing. If you feel as though you've been wronged, maybe now is the time where those blessings are coming back to you. This also can talk very literally about litigation, law, settlements, agreements, contracts, justice, law and order, things like that. So if that does apply to your life, take that as acknowledgement here. But I think more than anything, it's more so about getting what it is that you deserve. I have the 9 of Pentacles, which does talk about a more independent energy. So we'll keep pulling to see if anything comes through in love. But as of right now, from where it stands, it's looking like very independent energy, very, if you're not in a relationship, it's like very single energy. And if you are in a relationship, it's just you're taking more time for yourself. Hey, Amy. Yeah, I've been live at almost 6 hours now. Let's see. It's looking like you're coming up on financial stability, or maybe able to secure some things when it comes to finances, maybe pay off some debts. I see you working hard. Over the next 3 months, you might have some feelings of like where you have really good days where you're like, yes, I got it done. I feel success. I feel great. And you set these short-term plans for yourself. And then on one of the days, you might feel like when you fell short, then you felt restricted. And then you might kind of like ruminate on that feeling of failure. So just keep in mind, like mental health might be a thing here over the next 3 months. Just try to keep track of like the ways in which you overall have succeeded and overall have accomplished what it is that you want. And try not to let those like negative thoughts creep in. So one of the biggest ways you could do that is celebrating the wins, all the wins, celebrating the small wins even. Amy, it's like you can take relations. Hey, Amy. Yeah, I'm feeling tired because I've been working 6 hours straight. I am ready to eat food. I'm ready to shower. I'm ready to relax for the night. Yeah, I won't be able to take your donation. I'm really sorry. Like the money maker in me, the person that's like wanting to work and wanting to really hustle, like really doesn't want to deny you, but I have to know when to call it quits. And I think I just have to set that. Unfortunately, that list is closed and I got to keep it closed. So Amy, yeah, celebrating these small wins. Even on days where you feel like you only have 30% energy, celebrate the fact that you even got out of bed. Like making sure that your mental health is staying in check is very important because there's themes here of depression and restriction over the next 3 months. So just keep in mind those things. And another piece of advice would be whenever you're feeling low, think about the practical reasons that you could be feeling that way. And as a woman, it could definitely be surrounding your time of the month or your phases. Keep in mind that we typically have a lot lower energy towards the end of our cycle. So if you're feeling low, you're feeling you don't have a lot of energy, you're not feeling very accomplished or successful, give yourself some credit because you might be just going through a certain cycle. And just like the moon does, just like the seasons of the year, just like Mother Nature, we all have like those hibernation stages where we need to like pay our respects to those times where we're not feeling very good or feeling very high. Don't let it take you down. I have the Empress here, which could indicate that you might be starting a new project over the next 3 months. So this could indicate like getting crafty, starting a new hobby, doing something you've never done before, or this could indicate getting pregnant, having a baby. This could indicate starting a new company, becoming an entrepreneur, or becoming like starting a side hustle. We also have, waiting for another card to pull out here. Overcoming challenges and obstacles. This is very vague, but a good indication that of what I'm talking about is there could have been something over the last even year where you have felt like things were moving very slow. You felt like you weren't really making much progress. You felt like you're putting a lot of energy into something and not really getting much back. Maybe this has to do with your finances. Maybe you feel like you're putting a lot into making more money and trying to become more financially secure, but you feel like all of your energy is just going to waste because you don't really feel like much has really changed from a year ago. Or you could feel that way about your love life, or you could feel that way about your career, so on and so forth. But I'm specifically getting that this thing that has felt like it's taken forever is about to take off. You're about to overcome this. Maybe it's a social media following. Maybe you felt like you've been trying to get the attention on social media for the longest time and you've been putting a lot of effort into that. Now suddenly it's going to take off. Maybe I'm trying to think of different examples. Maybe weight loss. Maybe you've been struggling trying to gain weight or lose weight for a long time, but suddenly you just kind of hit this rhythm and it's all going to start to kind of balance out. And, you're just going to get essentially whatever this thing is it something that took a long time or felt like it's been taking forever is suddenly going to take off for you. And I think that's where I'm going to leave it, Amy. Let me know if you have any questions about this general reading. Hey, Rising. If you want to scroll back, actually, Rising, let me sign off and I will timestamp your reading to make it easy for you. Just check back in the comments. If you're in a rush, I would say scroll back about 30 minutes, but I want to timestamp you and I'll figure out where your reading was for you. That reading resonated a lot. Good. I'm glad to hear that it resonated for you. That makes me happy. Thank you for that feedback. I hope you enjoyed the reading with me. I appreciate your donation and also your patience. Today has been a very long day, and I know you waited like an hour and a half or something like that for your reading. So thank you. Amy. So Amy, if I were a betting woman, I would say I will be live over the weekend because my cycle is about to start and I don't know how much energy I'm going to have to go out and work outside of the house. And chances are I'm just going to want to be home and I can do readings when I'm home. So I think so. I really do. But I don't really know. Like, my cycle's really bad. And so if I'm really not feeling well, I might just allow myself to relax. I just couldn't tell you, girl. I couldn't tell you. I will try to give you notice, though. I'll send you a message on Instagram if I have any indication either way. I will give you as much of notice as I can. How about that? Amy, you're welcome. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and sign off so I can get Rising Storm's reading time-stamped. Oh, Lunar New Year. Well, ditto, right back at you. That's fun. Wow, that's kind of cool. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Hopefully see you this weekend. If not, early next week, okay? All right, bye, guys.